And welcome everybody to postseason baseball. The University of Tampa getting ready to take on the Albany State Golden Rams from UT's baseball complex. Hi everybody, Jack Ike along with Taylor Stolworthy, and Tampa coming in the number 1 seed in this region against Albany State, the number 8 seed in this region. It's a double elimination weekend for everybody who's playing here, and Tampa is the 1 against the 8. Also in this part of the region is going to be Mississippi College against Lynn. Florida Southern will be hosting 4 teams of their own, and the winners from this weekend will advance to a super regional next weekend. But let's take the task at hand, Taylor. The Spartans taking on Albany State. It's a 1 against an 8, yet these teams have a history this year already, with Albany State winning about 2 months ago, beating Tampa 8-6 up in Albany, Georgia, on a grand slam home run in the 8th inning.
Yeah, it's a big win for the Rams to take down a top 2 team in the nation like the Spartans. But also for both teams, it was a bullpen performance for both. Tampa was trying out some different arms, giving their players a rest before a big conference weekend series, similar for the Rams as well. So it'll be exciting to see 2 of these teams' top arms getting the nod. For Tampa, it's going to be Jake Stipp, who recently made it onto the Sunshine State Conference first team, one of 2 Tampa pitchers to do so. That, of course, includes Conference Pitcher of the Year, C.J. Williams.
So the Spartans come in with a 43-7 record. They were SSC champions, and matter of fact, kind of ran away with the conference, had it locked up with 2 weekends to go. Tampa was 27-3 in conference play. They are 43-7 overall. Florida Southern second in the conference at 20 wins, 9 losses, and 1 tie. They had a game that I think it was rained out, and they just stopped it with a tie. That was against Rollins. And the 3rd team from the SSC making the NCAA tournament this year is Lynn, and they finished the season 19-11 in conference play. They are 30-16 overall. Tampa, the only team to get to the 40-win mark. Tampa is also the only team in this section of the region to have won their conference tournament. Albany State finished 4th in the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, and their only route to the NCAA tournament was winning the SIAC tournament, which they did.
Yeah, they had a very strong run through tournament play. They beat Miles College. They then defeated Spring Hill College, who's been a mainstay for some of these Tampa regionals over the last few seasons. Not unfortunately in the Badgers' favor for most of the games against the Spartans. That will be what the Rams are hoping for, a better outcome today. And then over 2 games, they won 23-8 and 14-12. Some pretty good shows of firepower from the Rams offense to close out the conference tournament and punch their ticket to regional play.
Teams are being introduced, something they don't normally do. A couple things that they don't normally do is this, introducing the teams. And also we will have 4 umpires. So we will have somebody at each one of the bases. Normally during the regular season, 2 umpires, home plate, and a field ump. So it's serious business right now.
Certainly is. Got to give a shout out to David Tompkins, John Bennett, Sam Birch, and Dustin Ragsdale. That's the quartet who are going to be on the base path. The good news is they're able to wear the light blue shirts. Yeah. It's a warm day in Tampa, not excruciatingly hot, but once we roll around to regional play this time of year, May, that's where things really start heating up and really get humid.
We're going to take a quick break for the national anthem, and we will be back for the start of the game right after this. I'm thinking the long ball might play a factor in this game as the wind is blowing out over the left field fence. And both these teams have some decent power on their side, though the Spartans seem to have most of their power on lefties. But we'll see as this game gets going. It'll be interesting for the Spartans with Jake Stipp on, or I should say Jordan Williams on the mound for Tampa in this one. Meeting at home plate, Joe Urso, Scott Hemmings. Talked to Coach Hemmings before the game. He said they got hot at the right time, obviously, because they were fourth place in the conference. He says, you know what, if you start a game, you start a season slow, it's just a slow start. If you lose a few games in the middle of the season, you had a slump. If you lose games at the end of the season, you choked. So he said, you got to pick when you want to have your, he said, you're not going to, for the most part, make it through the season unscathed. And he said, we had ours in the middle. And he said, we're a veteran team, and they rallied and got it together and cruised through the SIAC tournament.
Yeah, you could definitely see how they heated up to end the season. They lost a series against Spring Hill College to close out the regular season. That probably knocked them down to fourth in the conference for the conference tournament. Of course, they rallied with 4 straight wins to punch a ticket to postseason play. But notably, their previous 3-game series had been against Kentucky State University. 9-0 win, 5-1 win, 32-0 win. That is always good momentum to come into the postseason, but also talking about finishing the season hot, you can't get much hotter than the Spartans. I think we had a 15-game winning streak, 19-game winning streak up until a Saturday matchup against the Lions, where they gave Tampa a loss to end the season, winning the final game of the Tampa Derby. We won the series 2-1, but we unfortunately don't take a 20-game win streak into the playoffs. But, maybe for Coach Urso, that's a blessing in disguise for the Spartans. The team doesn't have to look over their shoulder and say, oh, we've got one of the longest winning streaks in team history to watch out for.
Definitely.
Although, that, for terms of softball versus baseball, softball took the crown for the longest softball-baseball winning streak with their, I think, 23-game winning streak over the regular season. They did what Tampa baseball did last year, starting their season red hot.
Yeah.
But Tampa's hoping to stay hot through regional play and make their way back to Cary, North Carolina.
The team that wins this regional, first rounds of the regionals, could potentially play 4 games before it's over. Games today, game tomorrow, possibly 2 games on Saturday, and possibly a game on Sunday.
Actually, we'll confirm. It is 2 games on Saturday, because you got the first round of the regional tomorrow.
Yes.
This and the other one, which is 1-8-4-5.
Yes.
Then you get either, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the first regional semifinal game, which will be the winners of the 2 games yesterday. Then the elimination bracket Friday night, which is the 2 losers.
Yes.
Saturday morning, you got the final game of the elimination bracket, the loser of the regional semifinal, the winner of the first elimination bracket game, and that winner takes on the team that's 2-0 regional play in the regional final on Saturday night. Should that team win Saturday night, the team that has 0 losses, they punch their ticket to the next round.
Yep.
But if they lose, Game 7 on Sunday. And that can be kind of complicated, so if you want to think of it in something simpler, win 3 games before you lose 2.
Yes.
That's the goal for all 4 teams.
All right, we'll take care of that. And by the way, everything Taylor said, write it down in pencil, because you may have to erase some of it at some point or get your arrows going to the right things.
Yeah, or if you use a pen, be ready to scribble some things out, because things are going to be changing a lot.
Now, what I saw is loser of this game plays tomorrow at 1.
Ah, okay. So
winner of this game plays tomorrow at 5.
Ah, so they do the elimination first and then the regional after. All right.
Yep. So we will get ready. We've got Jordan Williams on the mound. We'll get you some stats on him, but let's get you the starting lineups for Albany State, as they will start with number 4, and that is Emery Stevens, a sophomore from Georgia, Marietta, Georgia. First pitch coming up in a few seconds. Batting second will be number 10, and that's Austin Roberts, and he is a senior from Newman, Georgia. Batting third is number 9, and that is Trenton Justice, and he is a senior from Panama City Beach, Florida. Batting cleanup is I skipped Addison. Number 3 is in the 3-hole, and that is, let me find him here, number 14, Luke Addison, and he is a junior from Leesburg. Batting cleanup is Trenton Justice. Batting 5 is number 7, Hill Corley, a senior from Albany, Georgia. And Jordan Williams is just about ready as Stevens steps in to lead off this game, and we Umpire stops play, pointing to the dugout. I think probably something came out of the dugout, and they just want to get it off the field of play.
I do have to correct you, Jack.
Yes.
Jordan Williams is out in left field. Unfortunately, he's not like Mariah Galehouse. He's not a two-way player. It's Stip on the mound.
Okay.
You got him reverse the first time, and then it went to the second time, too.
Let me show you what I was looking at.
I think probably the leadoff man, right? Jordan Williams?
That's what it was. It's due up next inning, and I thought it was the pitcher.
Yeah. It's going to be.
We'd like to see Jordan try it. First pitch is out into center field. Maddox King going in, comes back, jumps. It's off the wall on a hop, and cruising into second is Stevens with a leadoff double. Maddox King came in. It was hit straight at him, and he came in, then reverse direction, and couldn't catch up to it before it bounced off the warning track to the wall. And Jake Stip on the mound. Jordan Williams in left field.
That's exactly how you want to start the game if you're Albany State. A big leadoff double. And that would have been a tricky play, even if Maddox King was able to track it down easily, and he wasn't able to, so it lands over his head. He did get there quick enough to prevent a leadoff triple, though.
He looked to bunt and fouls it off. That is one of the toughest plays as an outfielder, is a not really high fly ball hit straight at you, because you have to make a move immediately, and it almost looks like it's going to die in front of you. You just don't have the depth perception if it goes to the left or the right side of you. First pitch fouled off. Second pitch, call strike.
That probably removes the bunt opportunity there.
Yep.
For Roberts and the Rams, and that's very good to get those two strikes early, especially because in this spot, lefty and lefty matchup, you definitely want the sac bunt.
0-2 fouled off. Goes zipping over the Spartans dugout. Defensively for Tampa, they have Stip on the mound. Irigoyen is behind the plate. Russo at first. Urso is at second. Karstetter is at third. Saladino is at short. There's ball just outside. Jordan Williams is in left. Maddox King in center. And Edgardo Villegas is in right.
Yeah, the only difference really for the Spartans lineup is that I believe Rain Woodburn's the DH. And that is a little bit of a surprise because he's usually been a mainstay able to play everywhere across the diamond. Yeah, usually second base. He's played first base. He's even had a stint, I think, in center field once. But it's Urso who's sometimes been the DH and, of course, started the season at short. They've moved Saladino back there. And now it's Urso still in the middle infield, but on the right-hand side, or, well, if you're playing defense, left-hand side.
And he's also played some third base this year. And speaking of third base, Karstetter holds the runner, throws across, and we've got an out. Nice job by Karstetter there. They might have made this move to get Karstetter into the lineup with his defense. And that way they can get Woodburn's bat into the lineup as well.
If you take a look at the defensive side for the Spartans, it definitely was a loss to lose Double-A pitcher Anthony Nunez, who was our longtime third baseman. But Karstetter's played a very good job at the hot corner this year. And it's good to see him already making a good sliding grab.
Ball out into right field. Villegas, shallow, waits, probably a tag. There goes the runner. And he's going to throw it down. It gets cut off by Saladino. And advancing to third base is Stevens with 2 outs.
I think Tampa's defense is definitely underrated as a team. You've got Maddox King and Williams with their strong range. Villegas has a bit of a cannon for an arm. That was a good throw from right field to almost reach third. Then, of course, good defense across the board, including Cole Russo, who picked up first-team all-defense conference honors.
Cleanup hitter Justice at the plate. Ball outside. Spartans playing straight away, fairly deep.
I think they're respecting Justice's power, even though he's had a bit of a quieter season at the plate in just 110 at-bats.
Nice curveball, brings it in, strike 1. A first pitch double by Stevens has advanced to third on a ground ball. He waits with 2 outs. Stip fires. It hit him. It was inside, and it hit him on the forearm, I think. So Justice will get a trip to first.
I was close to hitting off his bat for a foul ball, but just ran a little too far inside.
Well, if you look statistically, and I know you've got some in front of you, they've played about 50 games. They have about 125 hit batters.
Yeah, they draw.
That's like 2.5 a game.
They are very magnetic, I'd say, as a team because they get hit by the baseball often. Tampa also has about 80 hit by pitches, which is a lot in that 50 game span that we've had as well. But Albany State might have gone to the Tim LeCastro school of getting on base
I'm
via
pretty
hit by
sure
pitch.
if you have it, it's like 125.
Yes, 125, and all but 2 of their qualified batters have double-digit hit by pitches.
Wow. It's a strategy.
It is.
Strike call. Corley at the plate.
A team like Tampa won't concede too many of them, but, here and there, especially if there's a player out of the bullpen who might be a little more effectively wild, could expect maybe an extra 1 or 2, and obviously nothing intentional.
Swing and a miss. I think they've just been coached. If it's inside,
don't move,
and you're in your normal stance, take it. Irigoyen giving a couple signs to the fielders with 2 strikes. 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on.
Saladino playing pretty deep at short.
Yeah,
he's actually moved back in, but he's out on the grass turf instead of the dirt turf.
1-2. Strike 3 gets out of the inning. Nice job by Stipp to brush off the leadoff double. We played top of the first. No score. Albany State, Tampa coming to bat. We'll be back after this on TampaSpartans.tv. Bottom of the first we go. We'll run through the Tampa lineup for you. Leading off will be the aforementioned Jordan Williams, who I believe has, if it's close to having the same amount of stolen bases as Albany State has as a team, but we've said that about other games that Jordan Williams has played in. So
actually, they're not even close.
No?
There's a 13 stolen base gap in favor of Williams.
Yeah.
He's got 69 on the season, the same amount of hits, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we call him the automatic double. If he singles, he's probably headed to second.
Either one way or the other.
And Albany State, they've been pretty good on the base path, though. 56 for 68. They're more efficient than their opponents. Opponents are 76 for 106 on the season, so they're getting caught at about a 25 to 30% rate.
Yeah.
But Tampa as a whole, they're very efficient on the base path, only getting caught 146 to 29 times getting caught on the base path. 8 of them come from Williams, who's 69 for 77.
Yeah. Setting a new single-season Tampa record. Batting second will be Nico Saladino. Third will be J.D. Urso. Fourth will be Edgardo Villegas. Fifth will be Johander Irigoyen. Sixth will be Mike Valdez. Seventh, Kevin Karstetter. Eighth is Cole Russo. And ninth is Maddox King.
It's not impossible for Williams to set the all-time Sunshine State Conference record, but Tampa would probably have to play every game en route to the national championship. They'd have to lose and be in the elimination bracket, or have 4 games played here in regional play, then have a 3-game super regional series, and then make it out of the losers bracket and carry. And obviously, I think Tampa would prefer
That's not the plan we want.
Yeah, they'd just rather stay out of the elimination bracket if possible and
Yeah.
go the distance to win number 10. But if he's averages about 2 stolen bases a game in postseason play, he could eclipse 80.
They do have a book on him. They're playing in. He showed bunt on the first pitch.
Yeah, that's been a classic move as well from Williams. He's got a lot of speed. He and the rest of the Spartans are very good at laying down bunts as well. And especially at this level, you're more likely to see an infield error, too.
2-1. Swing and a miss.
Reyes is on the mound for Albany State. He's had a good season with a 7-0 record, 3.30 ERA, 83 strikeouts in 79 innings.
2-2 count. Leadoff hitter. First inning. Strike 3 call. Low outside corner. Jordan Williams goes down, 1 out.
I love that release from Reyes on the mound. It kind of gives like an extra cock back to his arm to then fire it forward. Always cool when you see kind of pitchers with that sort of unique flair to the way they throw.
Nico Saladino now to the plate. Reyes out of the stretch. First pitch is a strike. Playing in a little bit at third. Back every other infield position. Ball outside. Popped up. Playable. Third baseman Roberts calling for it. Near the mound, makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down. A cloudless sky, that makes a pop-up like that even harder to get.
Probably one of the reasons King was struggling to track the line drive on the very first pitch of the game in center field. But Roberts able to come up with it there. Roberts one of the few players to make first-team SIAC honors for the Rams. That includes Matt DeLay, who hit the grand slam against the Spartans, Emery Stevens, Landon Kiefer, Hill Corley, and Luke Addison. Addison's second team.
J.D. Urso now at the plate. Ground ball. Oh, that was a line shot, actually. Just picked off a tall blade of grass by Roberts to end the inning. So the Spartans go 3 up, 3 down. We go to the top of the second. No score, Tampa, Albany State right here on the Sunshine State Digital Network. We had inning number 2, Jake Stipp on the bump. Matt DeLay at the plate. DeLay, as we mentioned, hit a grand slam home run back on March 18th to beat Tampa 8-6. Tampa, with that loss, went to 20-4. They finished the season 43-7, so didn't bother them too much.
Yeah, going 20-4, then 23-3. That's not bad, I don't think.
No. Infield playing back a little bit. Off speed, low, 1-1.
It's been a great spring for Spartan athletics across the board. You've got men's and women's lacrosse winning their conference titles, being first seeds for NCAA tournament play. Softball doing the same thing, winning the conference title, being first seed in the South region. They weren't as high up in the rankings. I think they were only 5th in the nation compared to men and women's lacrosse being first and us in baseball being second. And then beach volleyball.
Out into right field, Villegas backs up a little bit, makes the catch in stride. First out of the inning.
And then beach volleyball won the first ever beach volleyball conference tournament for the Sunshine State Conference, and then won, I think, their 4th small school national championship in a row.
Brings Turner to the plate. Stipp fires the lefty. Ground ball right in front. Stipp barehands it. Fires to Russo for the out. Nice job by Stipp.
Good job by Russo, too, because Stipp fired a fastball at Russo over to first base. Had time to get the runner, thankfully. And Russo kind of showcasing the solid glove he's had at first base. Kind of funny how Tampa's had really good defenders 2 years in a row. Last year, part of the national championship winning side, Stephen Klein had won the previous season's D1 Gold Glove at first base, and Gold Glove for conference play this year for Russo.
So we move on down to the number 8 hitter in the lineup. That's Saavedra. Strike 1 pitch. Strike 2. Stipp right now just pounding the zone.
We saw the strong inning that Reyes had, and he's looking to follow up with one of his own.
Ball high.
Stipp does not waste time in the circle. He is rapid fire.
Don't need the pitch clock. Was at 15 when he started his windup outside.
If they keep letting it run after a pitch, he might get set and fire before it hits 0. So if it's like fires at 15, it's a ball, gets back set, he fires again at like 3, and they didn't need to reset it.
They could start it as soon as it hits the catcher's mitt, and he'd probably throw before 10. But everybody's got their routine. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball out to Saladino on a couple hops across the diamond. Russo for the 3rd out of the inning. Another quick one. And we will head to the bottom of the 2nd inning. No score. Tampa and Albany State on TampaSpartans.tv. Bottom of the 2nd inning we go. No score. Tampa coming to the plate. And they will send up Villegas, Irigoyen, and Valdez. Got a chance to talk to Rudy Garbalosa, the head coach at Lynn. They'll be playing the 2nd game starting around 5. And what a good guy. He came up to me, remembered me from previous years. Gil and Tom Swallows, Tom Colby came by, he called them by name. I said, what are you doing here? You don't play till 5. He goes, just love baseball, want to see if I can pick up anything watching this game and be prepared.
Yeah, a mix of the love of the game, but also a chance to scout out potential opponents. Lynn did, of course, face off against Tampa earlier this season, but, there is also a high probability that Lynn will take on Albany State. If they win and Albany State wins, they'll face them. If they lose and Albany State loses, they'll face them.
Yep.
And I don't think they faced off in the regular season, so good to see what type of offense and defense the Rams might employ.
Yeah, he did say that. He said, I don't know much about Albany State. He says, I know way too much about Tampa.
Yeah, most Sunshine State Conference teams do.
Villegas now 2 balls, no strikes. Reyes pitch. High. Ball 3.
After a very strong start to the game, Tampa definitely wants to get something on the board to start the second inning.
Strike call, 3-1, taking all the way.
Reyes is high stuff, but also a high walk rate, about 40 walks over his 70-plus innings on the mound, so he might be a bit effectively wild as the game continues, where he gives up some walks.
Fouled off, so he's worked it to a full count.
But alongside the walks, he'll still probably get a couple more strikeouts. Had one against Williams to start the game.
As we mentioned, Albany State won its conference tournament to get here, had to get this. The Sunshine State Conference does not hold a conference tournament. Ball 4. Rollins was probably the odd team out of getting into the NCAA. There were a couple, like a game like this. Well, they got the automatic seed, but the top team in the conference wasn't rated high enough to bump anybody. But, when the upsets come in, you're sitting at, and I think Rollins was 8 in the regional rankings, but they got bumped when there's upsets in other conferences.
Yeah, that's always disappointing when you're a team that kind of gets on the bubble and knocked out by a Cinderella team through conference play. But that's just kind of the risk of a conference not running a conference tournament. You have to say that.
Well, then you'd have, like, let's say they held one and Tampa doesn't win the conference tournament. Tampa's probably going to get in anyway.
Yeah, and they're probably going to host the region anyway.
Yeah.
Still, top 2 team in the nation.
So they could have, that could have bumped a team from another conference out.
And you always know how Rollins is a pretty good team in the postseason, so they could have found their way into the tournament, maybe picking up the 7th seed, and that would have made Albany State the 8th. And I think that's going to be an automatic ball or something potentially, because the umpire stepped away. I don't know if it was a timeout or...
He pointed at the plate. They haven't put anything up.
So I think it was a redo.
Scoreboard. Way high. That's going to be a stolen base for Villegas. He was going to make that one after that ball was about 7 feet high.
Uruguayan got lucky that it was high. Otherwise, that was on a direct crash course with his helmet.
Yes. So man on second, scoring position, 1 ball count, swing and a miss.
Very promising to see Villegas steal a base after he picked up that leg injury earlier this season. It took him out of the big middle of the season stretch, and it could be a blessing in disguise for Villegas. As I think he's probably got a little more energy leading into postseason play. And granted, I know Tampa's, they're completely locked in. It's ring season. This is what they train all season for, but they played 50-plus games, most of this lineup, so you get a little bit tired, especially with school coming to a close, but I know Villegas just trying to make the most of his opportunities back on the field, back from injury.
2 balls, 1 strike. In the dirt, good block by Little. 3-1. Reyes, look back. That one is hit high, going down the left field line, drifting foul, and goes up on the screen. Out of play, so it'll be a full count, 3-2. I tell you, you get one up into the stratosphere today, it might just carry it out because of the way the wind is blowing.
I also noticed it's hard for us to see where the fly balls are going today with the sun as well. So
yeah, I just followed the fielder.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest thing to do.
Yep. 3-2 pitch. Oh, half swing, ground ball to second base. Corley to Justice for the out. Villegas to third. I see Jose Jimenez's son is back out there retrieving bats. I talked to him after the last home game. I said, we got to get one of those pedometers or something on him to see how far he goes a game. And he said, I don't know if they're going to let him do it for the NCAA. He's going to be heartbroken, but apparently it's okay.
Oh, it's always good to see. He gets the green light to do it.
He is so quick. He sprints out, gets the bat, sprints back. He puts on a lot of miles. That one ball gets away, coming to the plate. We're going to have a play at the plate. The throw bounces away. Spartans score and take a 1-0 lead. Little had to go all the way to the backstop to get that one. He tried to get it to Reyes, and when he threw it, it hit in front of Reyes and bounced over his mitt, and the run scores.
Small ball strikes again for the Spartans. Villegas stole second, advanced to third on an awkward check swing from Irigoyen. And then a breaking ball slipping away from Reyes gives Tampa the early lead.
That was a leadoff walk, right?
Leadoff walk, indeed.
Scoring 100% of the time for Tampa. That one bounces away. Reyes is now, like you said, he might have some wild streak in him. He's thrown a lot of pitches so far this inning.
It looks like he actually did get a missed check swing in the first pitch of the at-bat. I think it's 1-1.
It was.
It's very clear that the ball is, I think, not necessarily going where he's trying to put it. Because he has been very low on all three of his offerings.
Run in, 2-1 count with one out. Strike call, 2-2. Mike Valdez steps in.
What a second half Valdez has had. He's almost back to a 300 average, slugging .461 as well.
And the pitch. Oh, boy, that didn't miss the corner by much. Goes full, 3-2.
I wonder if Little framing that a little more could have tilted the call in favor of the Rams.
So the payoff pitch, 3-2 with one out. Swing and a miss, but it gets away, and that's going to be a base. I don't think they'll get him. A drop third strike puts another runner on first. That one was very outside, and when it glanced off the mitt, I thought maybe it was hit, tipped foul, but no, he took off running. It was that far outside.
That is very heads-up base running there from Valdez as well. Very easy when you lose in a bat like this to go like, oh, man, I lost it. Let me just jog and get back to the dugout. He saw the ball break away. He said, no, I can beat the throw. Yeah. And he did just that.
All the way to the backstop. And speaking of a drop third strike, you know I am the king of insignificant trivia, which may be redundant, but there was a kid in Wisconsin, a high school pitcher, threw a 7-inning no-hitter. That one's popped up, out of play. So, struck out every batter.
Who?
Had a drop third strike, so he struck out 22.
Wow. I was ready to hear you say something. He had a couple wild pitches, so the runs, gave up like 3 runs on the no-hitter.
I've had other pieces of trivia like that where they lost on a no-hitter.
I've got one as well. Earlier this season, of course, Team Tampa took on Team Italia.
Yes.
Olympic 2028 Team Italy with some young prospects visited Tampa, kind of starting a nice connection for our teams. I think Tampa might be planning an Italy trip in the future for more exhibitions against Team Italy. But the first game, the one I covered of their exhibition series, Tampa took a no-hitter into the ninth.
Really?
And it was 4-3. Unfortunately, Tampa lost a no-hitter. They did win 4-3 in the game, though.
Okay. That was back in October. Just out of the clear blue, there was a baseball weekend.
It was very fun to cover October baseball here at UTampa. You don't normally get that.
Yeah.
Our October's in May.
2-2 pitch. Again, fouled off. That's about the third one down the line, right field line.
I think the coolest part as well about that Team Italia series was that we got a debut of a lot of the Spartan players that transferred into UTampa over the offseason, because this is a very new-look lineup for the most part.
Because it was the start of a new school year.
Exactly. A lot of people graduate last year. Some Spartan legends like Anthony Nunez leave. And they've gone on to do great things, but now, of course, so have the new players here at UTampa.
And the pitch, swing and a miss, went upstairs looking for that one. Strikes out. Carstetter down. 2 outs now. Caruso coming to the plate.
You really don't have any easy bats in the Spartans order to deal with that don't have a bit of power behind them. .482 slugging for Russo. I think he's only 5th or 6th in terms of slugging for the Tampa Spartan 9.
Thought about an outside pitch, called a ball. Valdez, throw over, he slides back.
Definitely, they don't want to make the same mistake they did with letting Villegas steal. And Villegas, who did have, of course, 11 stolen bases entering today, was a bit of a base stealing threat, but so was Valdez. Just hasn't had too many opportunities.
Foul off. That does go out of play above the Spartans' dugout. Reyes, shoulder shrug, into the stretch, fires. And that might have, well, I think Russo is lucky he wore something on his elbow. Though he is going to stop play. That one hit him in the forearm, maybe the elbow. He gets the base.
Yeah, you could definitely hear it hit.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely stung a bit, but the good news is Russo looks all right.
Would have been worse had he not had that guard on his right forearm.
I do imagine before he takes the field for the next inning, he's going to want some ice.
So number 9 hitter, who might be in the top half of the order on many other teams around the area, is Maddox King.
The big moment for Maddox last season was against Angelo State in the national championship, hitting his first career Spartan home run. That's such a cool spot to do it. Tampa, I think, had a semi-comfortable lead at this stage. They were up by a couple runs, but King, I think, really put the nail in the coffin for Tampa to win their 9th national crown.
And he quickly goes down 0-2. With 2 outs, they're not holding Russo at first. He's got about a 12-foot leadoff. Now they call a timeout again.
It's the umpires talking about something together. They were.
I don't think it's 1-1. They were saying, it looked like the one umpire was saying it's 1-1. I thought he called 2 strikes. Now Joe Urso part of the discussion. Ball high. It is 1-2, so we were right.
Yeah, 2 called strikes to start the at-bat. Close one on the second one. Looked pretty low, but just clipped the zone. And you can't fight City Hall.
All right, we've gotten our references in early today. We got the don't walk the leadoff hitter and don't fight City Hall.
I was able to talk to Bruce a couple weeks back and did confirm it wasn't you can't argue with City Hall, you can't fight with City Hall.
Okay.
That is the correct way to say it.
Okay. It is a 2-2 count with 2 out, 2 on as well. That one missing inside. Fair amount of Albany State fans here urging the umpire to reconsider the call.
Yeah, that was just inside. Got a good kind of central view from the booth there. The fans usually, I think, a little to the right for Angelo State, so they might have thought it was a little bit closer. Would have been a very nice strike 3 pitch, though, because front door slider dropping in the zone.
We go 3-2. Runners go. Ball hit foul out of play. The advantage of the 3-2 count with 2 outs is runners at first and second getting up ahead of steam.
Yeah, and I think if King can just find a little blooper into the outfield, he'd score Valdez easily from second. And depending how it rolls, Russo could try to make his way around, too.
Ball 4, we're going to have the bases loaded for Jordan Williams. Jordan striding up to the plate. This is where he doesn't mind that it's not an automatic double situation.
Yeah, and he can, he's got the power to turn the situation into a double or something more as well. And that's obviously going to see a conference now on the mound for Reyes.
Coach Hemmings coming out. Reyes has thrown a lot of pitches. He's at 43.
Yeah, this is big for
and he had a quick first inning.
It's big for the Spartans just to kind of keep the pitch count climbing. They've had 2 walks. They had a drop third strike base runner, too. And they even had a hit by pitch as well. A lot of those at-bats not leading to an instant outcome where Sip gave up a leadoff double, but it was on the very first pitch, so his pitch count's fine. Tampa would love to get to the Albany State bullpen because that's probably where you find a little more success than against an electric starter like Reyes. You take a look at Albany State's top two guys. They've got higher than 9 K through 9s. They know how to strike batters out.
But this is where you don't want to let him off the hook. He loads the bases, 2 outs, your leadoff hitter fouls the first pitch off.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be aggressive there after that walk. You imagine that he's going to throw a strike to challenge you. And it was a little bit outside, but not a bad pitch to hit, I'd say.
Swing and a miss. That was inside. So now 0-2 with 2 outs. Bases are juiced. Saladino on deck. Reyes into the stretch. The 0-2 on the way. Outside, not by much, but outside. 1-2 now.
I think Reyes got Williams to chase a changeup to end his first at bat. One of his 3 strikeouts. And that one wasn't dropped.
1-2 pitch. In the dirt this time, 2-2. First game of the NCAA regional play. Another game coming up at 5, Mississippi College and Lynn University. Ball 3, so he has worked them to a full count. And the Spartans will see if they can push another run across. They lead 1-0. So pounds the strike zone for the first 2 strikes. Now is missed on 3 straight. Here it is. Outside, ball 4. Spartans are known for taking advantage. You give us free base runners. And they actually didn't even have to do the work there.
Yeah, absolutely electric plate discipline from the Spartans. 3 walks in the inning and a hit by a pitch.
Yeah.
That's a run on its own. They also, of course, combine a drop third strike, giving the extra base runner, too. That does now get Albany State some action in the bullpen. And Reyes still has the bases loaded, but he does get ahead of Saladino.
And the pitch. Strike call. Pretty decent crowd here. School's been out for 2 weeks now. Close to it anyway. So most students are not here, though I've seen some basketball players, some volleyball players still around. Swing and a miss. Inning is over. Spartans do get 1 across. 3 walks, a hit batter is how they push the run across. And that'll be into the 50 pitches for Reyes, so we'll see how we do when we go to the 3rd. We played 2. Tampa picks up 2, leads 2-0, right here on TampaSpartans.tv. We move to the 3rd inning. Tampa now on top 2-0 after pushing a couple runs across in the 2nd, courtesy of not getting a hit. or an error.
That makes life easier now for Jake Stipp as well, continuing on the mound. Gave up that leadoff base runner, but 3 straight outs and 3 more straight outs afterwards.
Tampa will make you pay. We've said this numerous times. You give them free base runners. Typically they do it with their bats. They didn't have to this inning. Brings the number 9 hitter Little to the plate. The catcher. Jake Stipp, the lefty, fires. Outside corner, strike 1.
Little's been pretty busy behind home plate today for Albany State. He's had to make some diving stops already. He's even had a couple of pitches get past him.
Yeah, he's had to go to the backstop a couple times.
You also do imagine that in a situation with the bases loaded that the Spartans had, you don't want to walk in a run, but it could have been worse if Williams did get a very good base hit. So maybe you do sacrifice the 1 run to avoid something more dangerous from the Spartans.
Ball high, 1-2. 90 degrees right now. The wind is out of the southeast at 7, so it looks stronger when I look at the flag over there. Ground ball foul.
Obviously, the wind can play a factor for home runs, but I always know the NCAA postseason baseballs typically fly a little bit further, too. I talked about that on broadcast with E.J. Doskow earlier this season.
Ball heading out down the right field line, giving chase foul territory, and it bounces just in front of Villegas in the bullpen.
EJ mentioned how they always fly a little bit farther in the postseason, so that'll be something to watch for. Probably from someone like Luke Addison, definitely for sure. He leads Albany State with 12 long shots this season for Tampa. Everyone across the lineup can hit it deep. It just depends on who gets a couple good pitches to hit.
Yeah. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball hit down the line, right field, giving Chase Villegas near the line. Looked like he lost it for a second and came back to his right to make the catch. Again, we mentioned the high sky, no clouds. Takes your depth perception away from you to some degree. Top of the order now, Stevens at the plate.
Stevens definitely one for the future for the Rams. The sophomore is the only underclassman apart from Tyler Turner in their starting lineup. He also was first team all-conference.
That was one of the things Coach Hemmings said, is you knew he had a veteran team when he said, once we hit that midseason slump, he said these guys didn't want to end this in their careers on a bad note. So he said they rallied and got together and kind of had their own pep talk. Ball just missing. 2-0. Stevens saw 1 pitch his first at-bat, doubled over Maddox King. Stayed on third, takes the walk. So he's been on both times today.
Not a bad walk there from Stipp, kind of letting a dangerous player get on board. Main thing is you like the lefty-lefty matchup here. I'm not a fan of 1-out bunting, but I wonder if they'll do it to set the table for Luke Addison, bringing the tying run to the plate and a potential deficit-cutting run in the scoring position.
And the answer is taking all the way for a strike. Well, I shouldn't say taking all the way, but not showing bunt.
This will be the last chance he has to take a bunt here as the count's 0-1.
Goes to first.
0-1, by the way. Yep.
And the 0-1 again goes to first. So they know something about Addison.
Yeah, Stevens, 16 steals this season. He leads the way, at least for the starters for Albany State. So that's why they're keeping their eye on him.
Yep. And he goes. Fouled off. Protecting the hitter.
Irigoyen was ready. You saw him pop up immediately. Would have been a close play at second, but, definitely an encouraging sign when Irigoyen's kind of confident enough to leap before the pitch even arrives.
0-2. Stevens stays this time. Ball high, a little bit inside. Roberts backed away a little bit.
When you got a base runner, you're kind of forced the opposing pitcher to throw more fastballs usually because a breaking ball is tougher to receive for the catcher and gives you the extra split second to try to steal as well.
And a little slower, yep. Again, they go over.
Unlike in the majors,
in the majors, he would have been done, right?
He would have been to second because
yeah.
You can do it a third time. You have two times you can step off and throw. Third time, if you don't get the runner, they get the free base.
It's the base. Oh, almost got him leaning the other way, but they do not get him. He was going to go. One and two. Again, they go over.
Those moves, you're also kind of trying to tire out the runner a little bit, per se. Just try to get him, keep going back and forth, and discourage him from getting a big lead to steal.
Swing and a miss. That'll take care of Roberts. Stevens still on first. A close eye on Stevens, though. He only has 1/4 of the stolen bases that Jordan Williams has.
Would still be, I think, second for the Spartans. Second for Tampa this year is Kevin Carstetter, who's got 15.
Okay.
But, yeah, Williams a little bit better in terms of steals, I think.
And again, over.
This is a really good matchup, though, for Addison. You know, he's got the pressure of a base runner for Stipp. And, of course, he's a righty facing a lefty.
Down the middle, call strike. A 1 pitch. Tap foul. That was probably a ball. But he got a little bit of the bat on it.
It was off speed, high and away. Definitely had Addison selling out on a fastball.
Oh, 2. Shot just over Saladino's reach at short. Runners at first and second. Stevens has to stay at second. Well, he doesn't have to. He can do anything he wants. Chose to stay at second.
Good choice, I think. Williams was not too far behind the baseball.
Yeah. Brings Justice to the plate with 2 outs, 2 on now. Strike call. One hopper blocked by Irigoyen. It is 90 degrees out. The humidity did not seem that bad. We've seen it worse, and it will be worse this summer. That one's tapped foul. Russo over to look at it, but it's up on the screen.
I think that was another ball that actually escaped the confines of the birdcage around the stadium. Don't know when Albany State was here last to face off against Tampa. Their game earlier this year is at home.
Mm-hmm.
We do have about a 100-foot net around the stadium to keep foul balls in.
Tap foul. Couple busy streets and, as you said, some dorms surrounding the ballpark.
Less people on campus, though, is we've already had graduations across the board for Tampa, and a lot of students, if not all of them, have moved out. Probably only baseball, softball, and lacrosse players still on campus.
I think some basketball players are hanging out, doing camps and things. High and inside. 2-2 now.
I think you also have still some student workers maybe sticking around a little bit. Some of them probably from other sports, though, too. In case some early summer practices before they get to go for spring break, well, summer break.
And that was a slow roller to Russo. He feels it. He's going to take it himself to end the inning. Nice job getting out of a two-base runner jam. We've played 2.5. It's still Tampa 2, Albany State nothing right here on TampaSpartans.tv. J.D. Urso will lead off for Tampa here in the bottom of the third. He saw one pitch last time up and lined it to Roberts at third. He picked it up about 6 inches off the ground.
That was a really good grab at the hot corner. It's why Reyes went 1-2-3 through the Spartans order first time around. But the second inning really saw Tampa get to work. No hits, but wild pitch and a walk brought home 2 runs.
He has 3 walks, 4 strikeouts at this point, 52 pitches after 2 innings. Urso, a first-team all-conference selection as well. It was interesting how they phrased it on the SSC website, that he was one of the repeat all-conference players, even though he was at Miami last year. He repeated from his last season playing for Tampa and was also 2-time freshman of the year.
Yeah, 2-time freshman of the year, 2-time conference player of the year back-to-back, and had a season in D1. Pretty good college career for JD.
Yeah. Strike call. I believe the conference player of the year is from Lynn. Let me check my notes.
I believe so as well. I know it wasn't the Spartans. I know Williams is probably close in that race to try to win it, but he'll have to settle just for a first-team all-conference appearance. Joins a couple other Spartan players. That includes C.J. Williams, also the pitcher of the year, Jake Stipp, and you also have some second-team players, Braden Woodburn and Jacob Fletcher. And yeah, it's Cole Fowler, the ace for the Lynn offense, who's player of the year. And Lynn also has freshman of the year, too, Brad Benton.
And coach of the year, Joe Urso.
15th all-time.
That is hit out into left field. Does it get down? No. Catching it is Addison. Stayed up and went out far enough for Addison to cruise over toward the foul line to make the catch. Brings Villegas to the plate.
You imagine if Villegas was able to remain healthy, he probably would have also potentially joined a first or second team all-conference appearance, but mid-season injury took him out, but I know Tampa's happy that he's back.
Fouled it off.
For the postseason, and also had a pretty good end of season, too.
Spartans with a 2-0 lead, but have not gotten a hit yet. Fouled off. Thanks to a lot of walks and a hit batter. Oh-2, missing outside.
This is a 12th, or actually 13th opponent for Reyes. 5 base runners, including 1 off a drop third strike. And like you mentioned, Jack, no hits yet for the Spartans.
And still no hits. Line shot, Stevens catches it. And we've got 2 down.
That was a really good grab there, kind of coming right at him. Can be tough to see it right when it's like headed right towards you, but sticks out his glove and says, Ma, look what I found.
Yeah. Reyes has had some good defensive backup for him today.
Especially down the left-hand side. Roberts and Stevens really keeping Tampa off the base path. And even though Tampa leads 2-0, if they stay this strong defensively, it's going to be tough for Tampa to extend their advantage. And even though, Stipp is a very stellar pitcher, there is plenty of time for the Golden Rams to try to get something going. We mentioned over the conference championship, they scored 30 runs in 2 games. So this is definitely an offense that can come alive at big times.
2 balls, no strikes to Irigoyen. The catcher waits. Fouls it off.
Tampa's offense, of course, can also come alive at some big times, too. Final homestand of the year was against Eckerd. Tampa scored 27, 16, and 16 in the 3-game series.
They also had another 20-1 win earlier in the year as well. Check swing, call strike.
Eckerd and, the Tritons were a common opponent for Albany State and Tampa. Albany State, I believe, lost that series 1-2.
I think that was the opening weekend for Albany State and Eckerd.
I believe so, at least one of the early stages of the season. Yep, it was the opening weekend.
Just inside, full count.
After that loss, Albany State, I think, won 7 of the next 8, though, so they rebounded.
Coach Hemmings has had a pretty good program here over the years. It's his 9th season. That one is hit down the line, right field, giving chase, and up on the screen foul. Though Coach Hemmings still hasn't approached the legendary status of Joe Urso.
Give it some time. He might get there eventually.
He's only had about a third of the seasons.
Probably a legend in Albany State books, but
he's definitely been a winner there. It's 3-2 again with 2 outs. And that one is hit out into center field. Delay in stride. I don't even know if he moved. Makes the catch to end the inning. Spartans have hit it hard a number of times, but they've been right at people. We've played 3, and it's still Tampa 2, Albany State nothing. You're watching on TampaSpartans.tv.
Yep.
Wow.
And I got you.
Top of the 4th inning we go. Spartans on top 2-0 to take you through 4, 5, and 6. I turn it over to Taylor Stolworthy.
Thank you, Jack, and we are about ready to resume in the top of the 4th inning. It is the first day of South Regional play here at the house that Urso built.
Yeah.
Tampa baseball field. Unfortunately, there's still no official name for it yet. They really should rename it to Urso Field soon.
Yes.
Imagine it'll happen sooner rather than later. As Albany State looks to fight back from a 2-0 deficit, Stipp currently on 49 pitches over 3 innings. The Florida Southern region of the bracket begins play at 2 p.m. today. West Florida takes on Delta State before West Alabama takes on the Mocs at 6 p.m. 1 p.m., 5 p.m. games here at Tampa. 2 p.m., 6 p.m. games for Florida Southern. We'll try to give you occasional updates from that side of the bracket, too. The winner of that region takes on the winner of this region in Super Regional play. Ball 1 taken outside from Stipp. And leading off for Albany State is Corley, who went down looking back in the first inning. Had 2 base runners, couldn't convert.
You know, I like the regional, super regional play. It wasn't too many years ago. All 8 teams showed up at one site for one really, really long weekend.
It makes life a little bit easier for the broadcast crews and also for the teams. You don't have to worry about, I think, 3 games in one day.
Also more logical, too. I mean, one of the last times we did it, and a rainstorm blew through just to screw it up even more, and we had about a 2-3 hour rain delay.
That one's going to miss despite the frame attempt. 2-2 now. It's Corley, but obviously here in Tampa, which is the lightning capital of the world, you do imagine there'll be some rain. St. Leo was hosting softball regionals last week, and even though they're both in the Tampa area, they both did have different weather delays and game postponements because of the weather. So,
well, I know last weekend they played Thursday, Friday at St. Leo, and then all of a sudden I read that they had to stop the game and they would pick it up on Saturday. And I'm like, I look outside, I'm in Palm Harbor, like it's perfectly fine here. I look and there's just this little thing blowing across.
All across St. Leo, because Tampa was
fine.
Down
hard, yeah.
Tampa was fine on Friday. It was Saturday we actually had a lightning delay, as that one's going to be popped up to Maddox King. Not deep enough. King's going to range forward and make the catch. 1 away, but the good news is the weather looks crystal clear today. Beautiful blue skies, and it doesn't look like anything will slow the weekend down yet. So here we go now with a brand new at-bat. Stepping up to the plate will be DeLay. And it was DeLay who had hit the big grand slam against the Spartans earlier this season, outside for ball 1. One to know. Drifting into the zone, changeup from Stipp makes it 1-1. DeLay started the game with a line drive that was caught by Villegas. That one just missing, make it 2-1. Stipp set. 2-2, clip the low corner of the zone. Doesn't look like DeLay is too happy about that call. Right on the edge of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Stipp. Lined, and that'll get down for a base hit. Williams to keep him from a double. But it's a 1-out base runner for Albany State. Tying run steps up to the plate now in the form of the freshman, Turner. Tyler Turner's had a good rookie season. 360, 410, 472 slash line. Second best average for this Albany State lineup. Even has a bit of pop alongside it. 14 extra base hits. It is a 2-0 Spartan lead as regional play gets underway here at the University of Tampa. The first of 2 games today and potentially 7 games this weekend. The road to Cary, North Carolina begins here. The state of Florida hosting both South Region Conference matchups. Well, South Region matchups, there's no South Region Conference. 2 p.m., the first game begins from the Mocs home field. That game will also be live, I believe, on the Sunshine State Conference Digital Network. You can also check out Div2 Baseball on Twitter if you want to keep up with some of the other news from regions across the board in NCAA regional play. Some of the first games of the day have already wrapped up, as that one's going to be fouled away 2-1. Lined into the gap. That could get down and bring home a run. Williams is there. He'll keep it from getting to the wall. Runners at first and third with 1 away. And Turner advances. DeLay all the way to third base. Saavedra has a chance to put Angelo State on the board. Something dangerous brewing for the Golden Rams. It was a close game earlier this season between Angelo State and the Spartans. Both teams bring out some of their strongest players at the plate and on the mound. And that's going to be swing miss strike one. Saavedra also carrying a pretty solid senior season. The Davenport transfer hitting .284, .395, .458 this season. Angelo State also has good on-base prowess like U Tampa, .449 as a team on the season. But Saavedra goes down 0-2. He wants to put a ball in play to advance a base runner. That is his main goal. Bring one run home. Make it a 2-1 game. Make life a little bit easier for the Rams. Stipp would love to strand two once more. Outside, ball one. So 3 changeups away. Had 2 swings and misses, but that one taken by Saavedra. Saavedra, not one of the 6 all-conference players for the Rams. 5 of them on the first team, 1 of them on the second team. So, batter timeout here. Stipp got ready, and they're going to get set again, the 1-2. The umpires trying to talk things over real quick. Wonder if they're trying to confirm the count or if there was a balk or something. Maybe an automatic ball or an automatic strike. Either way, they are discussing something that just happened. Once again, a reminder, David Tompkins, John Bennett, Sam Birch, Justin Ragsdale are your 4-man umpire crew for postseason play. Got to give them a shout out as they have to deal with the heat here at U Tampa. Always warm this time of the year, and this is not an exception as we'll get set to go with a 1-2 count. Don't know what was going on there, but looks like we'll still continue 1-2. Currently 91 degrees at North Hyde Park on the AccuWeather app. 102 real feel though. Even though it's not super humid, it does feel hot. I guarantee that's why plenty of fans definitely seeking the shade under the canopies or umbrellas. Swing and a miss. Stipp gets another strikeout. 3rd of the game, 2 away. Stipp has picked up 3 strikeouts compared to just 1 walk. He now gets to face off against the catcher, Little. Little carries the 3rd worst slugging for the Albany State lineup, but does get on base at a .429 rate. That is 4th best, or 3rd best, for the batters. That's going to be ball 1. That one's going to hit 1-1. Stipp ready to go. Still 2 base runners and a 2-0 Spartan lead. Line up the middle. The Golden Rams are on the board. First and second now with 2 away. Making it easily home is delay, but Maddox King makes sure that Turner can't round the bases to make it all the way to 3rd. A nice 2-out base hit brings up Stevens at the top of the Albany State order. And now all of a sudden the Golden Rams have a chance to tie the ball game. The Angelo State fan contingent was excited after that play. They have traveled well from Georgia. That's going to be hit to 3rd, but Karstetter gets the force to end the inning. 1 run scores, but Tampa holds on to a close lead through 3.5. It's going to be Valdez, Karstetter, and Russo due up for the Spartans as they look to get on the hit column and extend their advantage when we come back. Brand new inning underway. Reyes continues on the mound. His current line score 3 innings, 2 runs surrendered, 1 of them earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. No hits surrendered. Valdez, Carceter, and Russo will look to change that. 2-1 advantage in the bottom of the 4th for the Spartans. Albany State just got on the board in the previous frame with an RBI from their catcher, Xander Little. Ball 1. Pitch count is something to keep an eye on for Reyes. It's at 68 now over just 3 innings. Had a long second and long third inning relatively after a quick start to the ball game. That one's going to miss, make it 2-0. It's the first game of action from the South region. Mike Valdez now on a 2-0 count. Hit into left field. That's going to drop. Addison is there to keep him from a double. But it's a leadoff single for the Spartans as they get in the hit column. Valdez heating up. Here comes Carstetter looking to do the same. Carstetter hitting .346, 404, 513 slash line for the season. Has a nice 17 extra base hit tally for 2025. Cole Russo on deck. Some dangerous batters at this part of the order for the Spartans. No real easy opponents if you're Angelo State. Everyone has a threat to get on board or hit the ball deep. High fly ball, not super deep, but could fall in no man's land. The shortstop tracking makes the catch. 1 away. If that dropped a little bit faster, might have been a bit of a scarier play for the Golden Rams defense. They come up with it. Here comes Cole Russo. First pitch to Russo, clips the outside corner for strike 1. Russo was hit by a pitch right on the elbow in his previous at-bat. Thankfully, his elbow guard made sure that it didn't hurt more than it had to. 0-1. Make it 1-1. Maddox King on deck as well for the Spartans. Tampa with 1 away, looking to continue threatening the Golden Rams defense here. And Reyes, who fires a quick pickoff throw for Valdez. Valdez only 1 steal this season, but he did run out a drop third strike in his first at bat. I believe that could be a reason that Reyes has his eye on him. From the stretch, Russo into right field. That got down. They're sending Valdez to third. The relay throw is very good, but not in time as it takes 1 hop to Roberts. Wonder if Tampa will test the arm of Saavedra later today if there's a fly ball hit his way on a sac fly opportunity, because he's got a cannon out there. That was a great throw from right field, but Valdez was going to be safe, I think, 10 times out of 10. Here comes Maddox King to the plate in a dangerous spot for you, Tampa. And there's the automatic double, Jordan Williams on deck. This is a big chance for Tampa. With 2 hits now in the inning, try to extend their advantage over Angelo State. 2-1, 1 away, bottom of the 4th. Here's Reyes to King. First pitch, low and in, strike 1. I think it was a 2-seamer, just dropping a little bit. That was the 75th pitch from Reyes. You do wonder how deep he's going to go. I'll probably try to make it through 5, but if his pitch count keeps climbing, won't go much further after that. They tried a squeeze bunt, but they missed. However, they don't make the throw home in time. Valdez is safe. They had Valdez dead to rights in a pickle, but Roberts, I think, misjudged the distance to home plate, and Valdez, who knew he was going to be out, he just decided to keep running. He slides in as a throw, is a little bit high to little. That is a miscue defensively from the left side of the infield, which has been great all day for Albany State. 3-1 Spartans. Russo even reaches scoring position. That'll count as 2 steals in the play for Tampa, including Valdez stealing home. Don't know if that'll stay how it's scored. Maybe an error in a fielder's choice or something, but either way, for now, that'll count as a second stolen base for Mike Valdez on a failed squeeze bunt. King sends that foul. 1-2. So yeah, misses the bunt. Valdez didn't get back to third in time, almost like he was daring Little to throw it to Roberts. He did, and then he just started to run home, and Roberts didn't get the ball home in time. Bit of a wacky situation. Benefits the Spartans. 3-1 Tampa. And that's fouled away. King staying alive. Maddox King drew a walk back in the second. Eventually, he was able to see the bases get loaded for Jordan Williams. I think it was the King walk that loaded them for Williams, who then brought home a run via walk. That's going to miss. 2-2. All 3 runs for the Spartans have been scored on unconventional means. A wild pitch, a bases-loaded walk, and now a failed suicide squeeze steal. Interesting stuff. 2-2 now to Maddox King. King protecting, staying alive, keeping the pitch count climbing for Reyes. Still 2-2. That one's fouled off of Maddox King after initially hitting the turf. Still 2-2. And now the 2-2. Another 2-2 offering to Maddox King. A couple of them have been fouled away. This one's rolled to third. Will be a close play at first. Russo stays put at second, and King is out by a step. 2 outs now for Jordan Williams at the top of the Spartans' order. Williams went down swinging in the first inning, brought home a run via walk in the second inning, and here he is in the fourth inning. First game of the action today here from the University of Tampa. Lynn and Mississippi College will feature a little bit later. That one's in foul territory, tracked down by the third baseman. He finds it to end the inning. Tampa brings home a run on a very interesting pickle turned steal for Mike Valdez. And now it's 3-1 Spartans entering the top of the fifth. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Golden Rams. And a brand new inning begins. Roberts leading off. He's had some good defensive plays today, but it was a miscue in the previous inning that allowed Mike Valdez to score. There was a failed bunt attempt with a runner at third, likely a squeeze play attempt from the Spartans, that saw Valdez get caught in the middle of no man's land on the base path, and they had him dead to rights in a pickle, but Roberts didn't throw the ball to Little in time, allowing Valdez to slide in safely. One of the more kind of wild plays I've seen on the base path for the Spartans this season, and it gives them their 3-1 advantage, as Roberts stays behind 0-2 to Jake Stipp. Welcome back to Tampa's baseball field. And also welcome back, Jack Ike, to the booth.
Had to get that sandwich in. I was losing energy.
And we always take turns eating. I usually eat like right before the game, the start of the game usually. I brought some Huey Magoo's chicken.
Nice.
Very good meal. And you had a Subway sandwich, your go-to?
Yes.
What were the toppings?
Just ham and cheese.
Classic. Any veggies?
Lettuce.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
usually-
boring.
Any sauce?
Honey mustard.
You got to try mayo and chipotle.
Really?
That's what I always put on my sandwiches. Usually a very good combo. Strike 3. Fourth strikeout for Jake Stipp. Roberts goes down looking.
This has been interesting. Two teams that traditionally score a lot of runs are not. I mean, Tampa had 2 runs with no hits, and now have 3 runs and 2 hits.
Yeah, none of their runs have come via hit either. Were you able to catch the missed bunt run from the previous frame?
Yes, and it just looked like you said, Addison just held on to it too long.
Yeah, and that was good for Valdez because it would have been a costly base running error for the Spartans, but instead makes it a 2-run Tampa lead.
Now, it must have been he was supposed to get the bunt down, and it was just a tough pitch to handle. But Valdez was moving.
It was a smart take because it actually was a ball for...
Yeah, it was high. Yeah.
It was high and inside for Maddox King. And it scored the run either way, so it worked out for the Spartans.
Now, did Valdez leave prematurely, or was it designed that he was going no matter what?
Probably both.
Because he was halfway home.
He stayed kind of in the middle of the base path after the bunt had missed too, which allowed them to throw it to third. Then he just decided to run. Now the 1-2 from Stipp. That one's hit foul, deeply foul by Addison. He is the big power threat for this Albany State lineup. Double-digit home runs this season. The only player on either team to have that many long balls this year. Matt DeLay, 9 home runs, right behind him. For the Spartans, our closest player to 10 is J.D. Urso with 6. That is going to get down and be potentially a double. Picked up by Villegas. They're going to keep Addison at first, though. One on,
Villegas
one
kind
away.
of daring him to try to run.
He saw a good throw from Villegas earlier. He wasn't going to risk it. Now, potential double play opportunity for the Spartans, but also tying run on the board for Albany State.
That's 6 hits already for Albany State.
They've been able to hit around Jake Stipp. They just haven't been as clutch. They did, of course, score in the previous frame, top of the 4th. Line drive up the middle by Xavier Little. Put them in the board, put them on the scoreboard, per se. Strike 1. And it's 3-1 with 1 away here in the top of the 5th. Justice was hit by a pitch back in the first inning, had a ground out in the third inning. Outside, make it 1-1. Strong showing of fan support for both Angelo State and Tampa. Definitely urge you, if you're a Spartan fan in the area, to stop by. Tampa will either be playing at 1 or 5 p.m. tomorrow, depending on the result today. If they win, they'll be at 5. If they lose, they'll be at 1. And I also definitely recommend to check out Instagram for that new Spartan chant that I think Tampa's trying to push. Fortunately, don't have always...
Are you going to do it for us later?
Maybe. I'd have to study up on it a little bit. There's a pop-up that's foul, maybe in play for Carstetter. Nope, that's off the net.
Nope.
And the dugout, it looks like.
And back onto the field.
But hopefully we'll see if that cheer kind of catches on. Maybe if the softball team visits Tampa baseball, maybe we might see some of their players do it.
Mm-hmm.
During the South softball regional last weekend, Tampa, coming home from their loss against St. Leo, stopped by the Namoli Family Stadium to cheer on Tampa. They were able to spectate, cheer on the Spartans, and I think you could tell once the Spartan players arrived, you saw a little bit of extra fire
Mood
from
change.
the Tampa softball team. Kind of the morale shifted, the momentum shifted too, correlating in an Abby Solt 3-run home run. And you know how notoriously difficult it is to clear the fences at Namoli Family Stadium for softball. That was an awesome moment. Strike 3, paint of the corner. 5 strikeouts for Jake Stipp. He's given up a few hits, but he's got quite a few strikeouts too.
Well, yeah, you mentioned it. It's, at this point anyway, I shouldn't bring it up, but it's lack of timely hitting.
Of course, Corley has a chance to maybe give them some timely hits right here. 2 outs, 1 on. He took one to center field in his previous at-bat, but he's 0 for 2. Quite a few of Stipp's strikeouts have been getting people looking on that outside corner. He sets up the right-handed batters with his changeup fastball combo. Been very effective today. He's gotten a lot of whiffs and a lot of called strikes. Stipp's pitch count about to hit 90, so you imagine he's probably not going to go that much further than 5 innings. Close to the warning track, but Williams is there. And that's 5 innings, a 1-run ball from Jake Stipp with a pitch count of exactly 90. I don't think he'd be back for the 6th, but if they want to give him the quality start, I think he's got 3 outs left in him. Solid effort from our left-handed ace. As we head to the bottom of the 5th, due up for U Tampa, Saladino, Urso, and Villegas. Regional play continues on the Sunshine State Conference Digital Network. Well, Reyes will stay on the mound for the bottom of the 5th. He's going to be looking for a qualified, well, I guess win qualified start, I'd say, but he isn't in line for the win at the moment. In line for the loss with 3 runs surrendered, 2 of them earned across 4 innings of baseball. He's on 83 pitches. We'll be hoping for a quick one for a chance to return for the 6th.
He had a quick first, but he's now averaging 21 pitches an inning.
And he had a super long one in the 2nd. Saw a bases loaded strikeout. That was a drop third strike-in base runner, and a couple bases loaded walks, too. He hasn't walked anyone since that 2nd inning, though. 2 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts in his wild but effective start. That's going to be not number 3 for hits for the Spartans. Justice is there, 1 away. And here comes J.D. Urso for the 3rd time today. It's NCAA regional play from the University of Tampa. And of course, we also have action from St. Leo getting underway. Delta State and West Florida about to get started here. I'll try to find their live stats.
Isn't that over in Lakeland?
Yes,
okay.
Over at the Florida Southern campus. The 3 and 6 seeds opening up regional play for them. They faced off earlier this season. Delta State won 9-8, so I have a feeling that'll be a close matchup between the two sides. I believe they're both from the Gulf South Conference. Swing and a miss inside for Urso, make it 1-1. And yes, the live stats aren't registering on the NCAA website, but they are on the Florida Southern live stats website.
Okay.
It's currently a 1-0 lead for West Florida. That game started at 2. This game started at 1. Here comes the 1-1.
There you go.
Urso down the line. That'll be extra bases if it's fair. And yes, it is. Fielded by Addison, but his throw won't be in time. Standing double for J.D. Urso. Villegas now it's a runner in scoring position with 1 away. Only a matter of time before Urso recorded another Spartan postseason hit. Urso, unfortunately, wasn't with you Tampa last year, so he hasn't recorded a ring yet with the Spartans. Tampa's previous national title, it came back in 2019, a year before Urso won his first freshman player of the year.
Well, for now, his dad can just loan him one every so often to wear.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's got like 6 or 7, so he can give him 1 or 2. I'm pretty sure. Did Joe win one as a player too?
92, yes.
So that means he's had 8. He's had 7 as coach, 1 as a player.
Every one of those he's been involved in.
Wow, so actually 2 as a player then.
I believe.
That's why Urso's numbers retired in
back-to-back
center field.
92-93.
I think it's kind of fitting that Coach Urso wears the lucky number 7.
Yeah. So he'd be happy to make it lucky number 8.
Well, number 10 in this case.
Yeah.
And for Urso, he's wearing the 11. Wonder if he'll join the coaching staff if Tampa wins here to try to chase number 11. He already announced that this summer he's going to be coaching in the Cape Cod League.
Yeah,
that'll
nice.
be strike 2. Don't know if he'll be managing or just part of a coaching staff, but probably following in his dad's footsteps. You know, as a Spartan legend, definitely be welcomed onto his pitching staff, but maybe he also tries to forge his own path at a different Florida school. Would be annoying if we had to face off against him in Sunshine State Conference if he went to coach a rival, but that would set us up some pretty fun father-son rivalry weekends here at U Tampa.
Well, a few years ago in women's basketball, Tom Jesse and Nikki Jesse were counterparts in the SSC.
Spartans have a huge history of winning coaches. One of them, unfortunately, retiring over the offseason, Coach Kadnack for volleyball. But I have a feeling he'll be able to attend more games as a fan nowadays, now that he's able to put away the coach's clipboard and enjoy a bit of retirement. 2 away now. That fly ball right to center field. Urso stays at second. Delay's relay would have gotten him out at third. Reyes had a long battle, but ultimately wins it to bring up Yoander Irigoyen. 3-1 U Tampa here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 outs for our first team All-SSC catcher. Very impressive for Irigoyen to get all conference honors while playing in a platoon alongside Santiago Garavito. Not only did Irigoyen actually unseat Garavito from the 1A catcher role in our lineup after Garavito had some multiple strong seasons for the Spartans back-to-back. Followed that up by being one of the best players in conference. He might be sending Urso home. Play at the plate. Throw is not in time. Big collision with Urso as the ball got away from Little. He didn't catch the ball, still made contact with Urso. Urso is not happy about that at all.
I don't think he liked that the way the catcher was blocking the plate, the way that Little was blocking the plate. Had a few words with him. Umpire got in the middle of that one very quickly to de-escalate it.
Yeah, he did not like that one at all, and the Albany State coach is saying that Urso might have slid in aggressively. He's not happy about what happened in the previous play. I will say, though, for that being Joe Urso's son in the play, he's surprisingly not necessarily upset about the catcher getting in the way as well at home plate. But, I don't know, maybe a little bit of a heated reaction there after that. The ball bounced away from Little. I don't think Urso knocked it away.
No,
so
he
was safe by a mile.
It one hop to the plate.
But Little turned as if he had the baseball and collided with Urso at home plate. But clearly, though...
But that's the motion that Little is supposed to make. I mean, he didn't realize that the ball had hopped out of his mitt.
Of course.
Now, the question is probably, you're not allowed to block the plate before you have the ball, if I know the rules right. And he might have positioned himself where if Urso slid, which he did, but that he would have slid into his foot.
Can't tell exactly.
Getting a little animated out there.
He is. And there's a couple of groans, I think, from Spartan fans or even their dugout. And you can see David Tompkins just kind of urging him, hey, calm down, calm down. He's kind of visibly showing that.
He's not.
Yeah, but still very animated is Scott Hemmings.
And he turned around for one last.
Yeah, this might see him out of the ball game. No.
Very good patience by the umpire to
yeah, you
let him say what he wanted to say.
You really got to give Tompkins credit, because I know a lot of umpires would not have hesitated to just throw Hemmings out of the ball game with that, but
yeah,
cooler heads prevailing there as Hemmings makes it back to the dugout. Even the Angelo State fielders, I think, were ready to move on after that play too. Albany State. I don't know why. I keep calling them Angelo State because they're both the Rams.
Hey, I had the wrong pitcher. So
Although Albany State's the Golden Rams, there is a bit of a difference.
Okay.
They do carry blue and gold as their team colors,
Yeah.
though. And they do face Tampa in the postseason. I imagine if Tampa makes it back to Cary, they take on Angelo State, who
Yeah.
seems like they always make Cary, North Carolina. They're the Tampa of the West, you could call them.
yes, yeah.
And they took on each other for the national championship last year. So if I'm calling Angelo State, it's technically a comment, Golden Rams fans. I do apologize. And they're still talking about the previous play. If things stand, it'll be Valdez with Irigoyen in scoring position and a 4-1 Spartan lead with 2 outs.
Not sure what they could be talking about because they can't retract the run and say, okay, he's out. I don't
think there's anything they could really call in that play either. We'll probably talk to someone post-game to learn what this whole thing was about, but...
I mean, J.D. Urso is safe. I mean, he touched the base, the ball popped out of the mid, so there was no doubt he was safe.
Exactly.
I don't know what they're questioning is I think J.D. didn't like the way he blocked the plate, but I don't think that Albany State liked the way J.D. reacted to the whole thing.
That, too.
So both sides might be arguing different things. Now they're going to go talk to Joe Urso.
They might be arguing that they want to eject JD or give him like a warning or something.
Yeah.
That would be the only thing I'd imagine because he's safe no matter what. They really shouldn't overturn that run. Doesn't look like they would.
You can't because he wasn't tagged out.
So it looks like we will resume, and because we had a bit of a delay, Reyes will get a warm-up pitch.
Scott Hemmings will get one last chance to react to what they're going to tell him here.
Obviously, the tension's a little bit higher in the postseason. Things can sometimes get heated. Wonder how this next at-bat will go with Valdez coming up here. And then, of course, Tampa, they actually do have someone out of the bullpen, I think, kind of wrapping up their warm-up. I imagine they'll be replacing Stipp, who's on 90 pitches. He's been good through 5 innings, but I imagine that Urso gives Stipp the rest of the day off to go to the bullpen. If Tampa has to play 4 games, Stipp could probably have a second appearance.
Sure.
I imagine it would be Skylar Gonzalez for game 2, then maybe C.J. Williams to try to close out regional play, or vice versa.
Yeah.
You can just put any of the Spartan starters interchangeably there. So
This appears to be a much more civil discussion.
Yeah.
With the umpires in Albany State.
And the umpire is also urging Coach Joe to calm down, but Joe's just showing off by the third base line.
Yeah, I didn't see Joe get too into that one. I mean, everything was...
He might be firing a couple sarcastic comments, maybe.
Could be. We're not
That's
hearing
what I
everything.
imagine.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't hear it. That's probably what Tompkins is telling him to be careful about.
We got to mic him.
Yeah. Definitely need a couple of mic'd up players sometimes. That's one of the things we should definitely petition to add to our broadcast. That and also pitch speeds. Yeah. I'd love to see how hard we throw sometimes, as there's a pickoff throw for Irigoyen, who's safe at second. Irigoyen picks up the RBI on the play. And that'll bring up Valdez. But yeah, would love to see maybe a mic'd up couple of moments. Also for a broadcast eventually, maybe getting a pitch tracking thing into the booth so we can tell the velocity, maybe spin rate and stuff.
So you want MLB production going on here?
Not necessarily MLB, but kind of MLB, yeah. Anyway, just more things to talk about on the broadcast. And for the viewers at home, too. That's going to miss inside, 2-0.
I know there's 2 outs, but this is a big run standing on second.
Certainly is. Tampa going up by 4 would be massive. 3-0 lead is good. Well, 3-run lead is good. It's 4-1.
Yep.
But that 4th could be huge as Reyes puts the count 3-0 to Valdez with Karstetter on deck. Lefty warming up in the bullpen. If they get around to Russo, I imagine that's when they bring him in. There's a righty stretching and tossing, too. It's the lefty who's actively warming up with a 4-pitch walk to Mike Valdez. 2 on, 2 away for the Spartans. This opens up force outs all across the base path for Albany State. But the Golden Rams are going to need to retire Karstetter to get out of the frame. And this will be a conference on the mound for Reyes. We'll see if this is a move to the bullpen as well.
It's kind of a purposeful walk by Coach Hemmings there.
Do imagine if the lengthy delay kind of cooled down Reyes' arm to the point where he was missing the zone a little bit. You definitely getting a rhythm when you're on the mound in terms of throwing strikes and stuff. And it looked like even though he's given up a couple hits, he's doing a better job of locating the zone this inning. That's his first walk since the second.
He's not asking for the ball, though.
No, he's checking with the team. He's also checking in with Little. Maybe still talking about that previous play, too. It was Little and Urso at home plate. Both the players are fine, but there were some shared words after Little physically turned Urso without the ball.
Yeah.
And yeah, emotions kind of running high here. That is playoff stakes of baseball. That's going to happen here and there. 2 outs now for Karstetter. 2 on, 4-1 Spartans lead. Bottom of the 5th. 2 players active in the Angelo State bullpen. A lefty would probably be the one they go with. And that's going to be strike 1. Albany State, how many times am I going to say Angelo today?
Put this right there in front of you.
0-1 count from Reyes. That's going to miss and advance the runners. Check swing by Karstetter, I believe. Should be 1-1 unless Tompkins says he goes around. So yes, it'll be 1-1.
I didn't think so, no.
You know what I think messed me up with the Angelo State, Albany State name? Me talking about messing that up.
I know.
Because
It's
then I
on your
started
mind
talking
now.
more about Angelo State, so it's on my mind.
It's on your mind.
So it's the Albany State
Okay,
starter.
how about you owe me $5 the next time you do this?
I'm good. I'll probably get broke pretty quickly.
I know. I could make a profit.
Here comes Reyes once more. Outside, 2-1. Not a bad slider, just missing the zone. Hit to third. That's foul. 2-2 now for Karstetter. That was a pretty big wild pitch in the at-bat.
Yeah.
Because what it does for the Spartans is it sets them up with 2 in scoring position. Any hit here from Karstetter probably brings both runners home.
Mm-hmm. And they had a force at any base.
Yeah, now they only have the force at home first. Not a super difficult force to get, but Karstetter will hope to make it so. 2-2 now from Reyes. Hit up the middle. That slips past Reyes, and that'll score both. Won't be a play at the plate. That throw is just going to be intercepted by Justice. 2 RBI single from Karstetter. It's 6-1, Spartans lead in the bottom of the 5th. Here comes Cole Russo with 2 away. And with a lefty being the one actively warming up in the bullpen, I would not be surprised if this sees Hemmings out of the dugout. But for now, it hasn't. Nope, there it is. Hemmings coming out. That'll be it for Reyes. It's the second conference of the inning, so you have to pull the pitcher. And it is a smart move to go for the lefty-lefty matchup. Reyes on 103 pitches. He's battled hard, but can't escape the 5th inning. We'll be back after the warm-up. We'll get you action on the new left-hander entering the game for Albany State when we come back for more regional action.
Blocking the plate so before he got the throw.
He's got to come in.
Yeah.
Now out of the bullpen, Albany State brings in Calvin Baker. Baker's had 46 strikeouts over 44 1/3 innings. He has been a workhorse.
He's a high leverage pitcher, yeah, out of the bullpen.
High leverage and high appearances too. Leads Albany State with 26 on the season. He's had 3 saves as well, so he's definitely a closer role for this team as well. And with a 5-run deficit, they're definitely going to bring him out here to try to get out of the jam. Because Any further runs could put this game out of reach. Tampa's likely to move to their bullpen for the next inning. Stipp completing 5 innings at 90 pitches. He's done enough to be in line for the win.
I think now with the bigger lead, too.
Imagine they'd probably go with one of Tampa's high leverage arms out of the bullpen as well. Maybe Jacob Fletcher, who is also a first-team Sunshine State Conference pitcher, as one of the relievers, kind of surprisingly enough. Or they maybe give a longer outing for someone like Eli Thurman, too, who's been a workhorse throughout his Spartans tenure. Runner goes. That's going to miss inside. Throw to second, not in time. Sliding in safely, Karstetter. That is stolen base, number 17 for Karstetter. And Albany State have to deal with another base runner.
Now, Fletcher just walked down to the bullpen and back in. Now, had he been warming up, I don't know.
There's someone over there.
But he just walked down from the dugout into the bullpen.
I'd imagine Tampa would want a righty. They've got DeLay, Turner, and Saavedra due up for the Golden Rams. All three of them right-handed hitters. Outside, fastball missing from Baker, 2-0. Someone like Baker is probably going to be active in the entirety of Albany State's postseason. Imagine he'll get at least an inning in every single game they play. That's going to be ball 3 to Russo. You got a right-hander on deck in terms of Maddox King. And then a switch hitter in Williams right afterwards. So 2 right-handed opponents for the lefty coming up. And I think you're taking all the way if you're Russo. Let him find the zone. Notice how close Russo is to the plate.
Yeah, he likes that. Getting up is right on the white line.
And that'll be strike 1, hitting the inside part of the zone.
You can't see it at home, but the Lynn players have made it into the ballpark and are sitting right behind home plate. They play at 5.
I imagine that Mississippi College will not be too far behind.
I think they are actually in a darker blue.
That's ball 4. Russo gets a walk. 2 on, 2 away for the Spartans.
So a 5-pitch walk on the first batter faced by Baker.
An exciting day of regional baseball. 6-1 Spartans lead. They've got 2 runners and 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th. They've already scored 3 on 3 hits. Notably, the big hit was Karstetter's 2 RBI single. He sits in scoring position after his steal. Now here comes Maddox King looking to kickstart the Spartans offense. First pitch from Baker to King. Runners go. Throw to second is not in time. Russo's in safely. Karstetter to third.
Nice double steal.
No signs of slowing down on the base path for Tampa.
Well, now King gets a hit, and it's an 8-1 game.
That is stolen base number 17 for Karstetter. That is stolen base number 1 for Cole Russo. He's failed twice. He's successful once. Swing and a miss for King. A little bit late that time. Make it 0-2. Albany State could get out of the jam. Baker needs just 1 more strike. Fly ball to right field, but that looks to be in play for Justice and Saavedra. That's going to land in foul territory and into the glove of Saavedra. Nice catch. And that'll strand 2 on board for the Spartans, but they already did the damage with Karstetter's 2 RBI single and a run coming home beforehand. Tampa leads 6-1 entering the top of the 6th. That'll bring Jake Stipp to the mound once again for the top of the 6th.
So that answered our question of whether he'd come back and was someone in the bullpen. As I saw Fletcher walk down there, I wasn't sure if he'd already warmed up and was just coming down to the bullpen or to the dugout to get instructions. Also heading down now, Garavito's going down with 38 maybe? That's Carson Queso, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks to be 36 or 38.
36 is Carson.
Carson Queso could be 35 of Ryan Steffiuk.
Yeah, he's taller than that, I think, though.
Yeah, so it's probably Queso.
Yeah. I would be surprised if he would come in before Fletcher.
Yeah, Queso, by the way, took the loss earlier this season against Angelo State, unfortunately. But it didn't count for his record, weirdly enough, as he was listed with the loss on the scoreboard, but didn't affect his season record as the count goes 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Delay, Turner, Saavedra due up for Albany State. And Delay had a single back in the 4th. That's going to be hit up the middle.
Single.
Knocked the glove off of Jake Stipp, who couldn't slow down the baseball. 1 on and no one out now for the Rams. Stipp's pitch count is at 93. Well, actually, yeah, 93.
Yep.
Entered the inning with 90. It is a high pitch count, but Tampa's hoping that Stipp can battle his way through this inning. He's been hit around a little bit by Albany State, but they just haven't converted with runners in scoring position. 1 for 7 on the day. Here's the bunt, strike 1. Looks like they were just trying to advance the runner. Take it 1 run at a time. Maybe we'll try to swing here after forcing the Spartan infield to play in. Nobody's going to go for it again. Bunts it up the middle. This will put the runner on second, but Stipp gets the out at first. So successful sacrifice. That sets the table for Saavedra.
Hey.
And Saavedra now stepping to the plate. Had a good catch down by the Albany State bullpen to end the previous inning. Nice running play in foul territory. And he'll hit one to short. Saladino, backhanded grab, fires, beats him by a step. What a play by the Spartan shortstop. 2 away.
He went deep in the hole to get that one.
And Delay stays at second. But yeah, that was not an easy play. Kind of ranged to the outfield a little bit too.
Yeah.
Here comes Xavier Little, who had the RBI earlier today for Albany State. Still with a man in scoring position. Ball 1 missing low from Stipp. That's why sometimes the sacrifice isn't the best option. Even though you make it easier to score 1 run, you also give the opposition an out, which might get them a little bit of momentum. That seems to have happened here for Stipp. Now it just needs 1 more to strand a base runner. Strike 1, make it 1-1 now for Little. One and 8 and 3 and 13. That's the runners in scoring position and runners on batting averages for Angelo State. Runner took a few steps forward, make it 2-1. Tampa not aggressively holding Delay at second.
Well, he's not a huge run right now. So if he can get an extra couple steps, they're fine with that.
Down the line and foul. And now Albany State down to their last strike. There's $5 more.
Do I have 10 or 15?
15, I think.
Okay, thank you.
2-2 count coming up for Little.
Small unmarked bills, please.
I think $5 are pretty small unmarked ones. Here comes the 2-2 count with 2 away. Swing and a miss, and Stipp picks up strikeout number 6. And I doubt he's going to be back for the 6th, but we could be wrong if he's fine going more than 100 pitches. He has battled well despite the leadoff single to make it a 1-2-3-4 batter inning and a quality start for the left-hander to take us to the bottom of the 6th. Baker will be back in the mound for Albany State. Due up, Williams. Baker ready to continue on the mound for Albany State. 6-1 Spartans lead entering the bottom of the sixth. Angelo State play later today in their region. Hey, I was saying them correctly that time. They're in a 6-team region, however.
Really?
Some of the regions in NCAA tournament play only have 6 teams, believe it or not. It's like 3-team single regions, 16 full regions.
Yeah.
And apparently, if you lose the first game, teams only make it out of the region 5 out of 32 attempts. That was the stat I saw on Div 2 Baseball Twitter earlier today.
Okay.
You can check out their account for some of the updates across regional play. I know the people behind that Twitter account have a 4-tab split screen going on for all the games.
Really?
But
They're devoted.
they are actively
Dedicated.
watching baseball, but hey, I mean, it's first game of postseason play. You've got a ton of exciting games going on at the same time. Why not watch all of them?
It's fall classic time, and it's still spring.
Yeah, fall classic in the spring, if you will. 1-0 count now, leading off top of the order, the automatic double, Jordan Williams. Williams up the middle. He might be able to beat this throw.
He's gonna.
And he is safe.
Yeah.
Safe by a very comfortable distance. You got to give it up to Corley getting to that baseball up the middle, but a fast player by Williams just needs a slow hop to get on board.
It wasn't a hard hit ball.
And now, can he be the first Spartan player to steal 70 bases in a season?
He's got it 68? Okay.
69.
He has
on the
69
season.
right now.
He became the first Spartan to reach 60.
Oh, he'll get it on the second or third pitch.
He eclipsed 60 for the first time in Spartans history, became the second to hit 50 stolen bases. And he stays put as Baker immediately does a pickoff throw. I imagine we'll see 4 or 5 of those.
And then he'll steal second base. We've seen that before.
Little will be ready. Baker will probably fire a fastball to try to get him out. Small lead for Williams. He's safe. 2 pickoffs already. Albany State definitely respect his speed. Williams, I still believe, is the stolen base leader across all of NCAA play from D1 to D3. Squares up, strike 1. Saladino is just looking to advance the runner, 0-1. That has brought Robertson from third base. Wonder if Saladino is going to square up again. Wonder if Williams is going to get running. Here's Baker. There goes Williams. Throw to second, and it is not in time.
Told you, second or third pitch. Not that that was a major speculation on my part.
Now, you knew it was going to happen. And with that,
The automatic
congratulations to Jordan Williams, who now has picked up 70 steals in the season. The first time a Spartan player has hit 70 in a single campaign.
Just about 1.5 a game.
I believe he's also now the second ever Sunshine State Conference player to pick up 70 steals in a season, as they do a pickoff throw behind Baker.
I believe, though, the SSC record is in the 90s.
0-2 count, by the way. And yes,
For
it is.
stolen
I think it's like
bases,
95 or 96.
And the NCAA D2 record is like 98.
Yeah, the Sunshine State Conference record is like 1 away from the
Yeah.
D2 record.
Yeah.
It's like 96 and 95. And they pick off again. 4th time this at bat for Jordan Williams.
Well, he's trying to become an automatic triple here.
He's done that a few times this
Yeah.
season. Although
Yeah.
mainly we see Urso steal third from second.
Mm-hmm.
He does that more often than he does first to second, weirdly enough. But he's actually successful a surprisingly large amount of the time. Williams could be successful too. Roberts might have to cover third. Probably no bunt with 2 strikes. There goes Williams. Line down the line, that'll score. Williams super easily. He probably would have scored from first on the play. Throwing to second, Savidra's throw in time. They got him. Great throw from Savidra, but Williams scores on an RBI single. 1 away now for the Spartans. Base is empty. 7-1, Tampa.
Williams actually slid into third and had to get back up to score.
He was expecting a stolen base. I don't think he realized that Saladino crushed that baseball down right field.
Yeah.
But good job by Savidra ranging to right. Usually that's a double, but he picked it up in time and got his throw on target. Still, Tampa will trade an out for a run every single time with a 6-run lead. 1 away from Baker to Saladino. Well, not Saladino, Urso actually. First pitch, strike 1. Urso, of course, came home on that close play at the plate against Little. That did cause a bit of a discussion between the Albany State coach and the umpiring crew. you can't fight City Hall. So he wasn't able to overturn whatever he was arguing. But for now, Urso is focused on his new at-bat. He has 1 for 3 today. He did score as a base runner previously. Don't think he's RBI'd. High fly ball foul, make it 1-2 from Baker to Urso. I believe out of the bullpen, they've been warming up Austin Lee. The left-hander for Albany State could see action later today. But right now the bullpen's empty. They're letting Baker go the distance. Ball 2. We could see both teams' strongest high-leverage relievers out of the bullpen up next. For Tampa, it's surprisingly been Jacob Fletcher, who picked up all conference reliever honors. He's not been the true closer per se for the Spartans, but a very good long reliever, as that's going to be hit to the gap. Only a single, though, for Urso. It's picked up quickly by Addison in left field. 1 on, 1 away.
Not quite the perfect gap there, as Addison was able to get over there and cut it off.
Don't think Urso will be too disappointed. That's his second hit of the day. Here comes Edgardo Villegas. Tampa's got 3 left-handed hitters in the order. 3 of them all in quick succession. 8, 2, and 4 in the lineup. After this, though, you've got 3 straight right-handers for Baker. And with the Albany State bullpen empty, I'd imagine that as that strike one, nice cutter on the inside corner, that Albany State give him the green light to go back out there for the 7th as well. The lucky 7th. 0-1 from Baker. Fouled 0-2. Update from the Florida Southern region of the bracket. It is a 1-0 lead for the Argonauts still. They have held Delta State to 1 hit.
A lot of familiar names in the 8 teams in this bracket.
Plenty of foes from the Gulf South Conference and Sunshine State Conference. And Mississippi College, too. 0-2 now to Villegas.
Ooh.
That's inside. Ball 1. Urso, a base stealing threat as well. He's had 10 on the season. 5 stolen base. 5 Tampa players have had double-digit steals. Urso, Villegas, Carstetter, Woodburn, and Williams. That's rolled into the hole between third and short. Throw from short is offline and not on time. Good play by Stevens, but unless that was one of Tampa's slowest base runners, and Villegas isn't, he wasn't going to get him.
Yep, and I mean, he had to range more than Saladino did to get that one earlier.
Good news is, though, he stops Urso from making it to third, which would have been a possibility should it roll to Addison. 2 on, 1 away for Mike Valdez. Sorry, Yohander Irigoyen with Valdez on deck. Bit of trouble for the Albany State left-handed high-leverage closer. Might as well bring your best of the best out of the bullpen to try to keep you in the fight. Again, it's going to be a long weekend, I imagine, for Baker. No matter what game they play tomorrow, the losers bracket at 1 p.m. or the regional semifinal at 5 p.m., I imagine that we'll see Baker back on the mound. Safe as they do a pickoff throw for Urso. And they must have done their research to know that Urso likes to seal third more than second. Austin Lee continues this warm-up. Here's Baker for his 19th pitch. No, he's just going to toss that to Urso.
He literally tossed it to Urso.
He stepped off, Urso was back safely, and he just kind of had a delayed throw as Corley runs over to the bag. 7 runs on 9 hits so far for the Spartans. They've had 4 here in the bottom of the 6th. Outside corner, strike 1 to Irigoyen. Irigoyen's yet to triple this season for the Spartans. He and Garavito haven't tripled. Neither has Maddox King or Cole Russo. The rest of the Spartans have at least 1. Runners go, and an awkward reception from Little means he's not going to fire it to third. An excellent double steal from Tampa.
Couldn't dig that one out of the mitt, so that's the second double steal. Is that of this? Same inning?
Third double steal of the game, second of the inning.
Now what are they doing?
There was a double steal from first and third earlier on the missed sacrifice play. They called that a double steal. So Valdez technically stole home.
Okay.
Don't know if that'll stay, depending how they double-check the scoring, but if so, pretty cool stat line for Valdez.
Yeah.
Here comes the 2-1 from Baker. High fly ball. This is probably out number 2, but should bring home a run. Delay. Makes the catch. Both runners advance.
And there's why the double steal is important at this point.
8-1 Spartans with 2 outs now in the bottom of the 6th. You definitely like this lead if you're Tampa. Here comes Mike Valdez. And you know Jack Valdez, what a second half of the season he's had. He started out ice cold after being one of the best players in the Sunshine State Conference last year. Don't know if he was recovering from an injury or something, but once the second half rolled around, we started to see the Mike Valdez of old.
Yeah. Rather have you heat up than cool down.
He's reached base all 3 times. He's 1 for 2 with a strikeout, walk, and single. He advanced to first on a drop third strike. I think it's the first time Tampa's done that this season, getting a runner aboard on a drop third strike.
I don't remember others.
Maybe they did it on the road, but at least from their home stands, I don't think we've seen that. 0-1 from Baker. High and inside, 1-1. Baker trying to get that final out here. Ooh, a little jump from Villegas. They're not actively holding him at third. He's trying to get into Baker's head a little bit. And jumping outwards as little as that strike 2 on the corner.
Remember earlier before the game started, I think I looked at the flags and said, watch for the long ball today. We haven't had one.
Not yet. But yet is going to be a big word. I imagine we might see some as well between Lynn and Mississippi College. That game scheduled to start at 5 p.m. today. Unless this game goes long, it'll probably stay the same scheduled start time. Fouled backwards. 1-2. That was just out of reach, Jack.
I know. I was there.
I saw your hand go up.
When the Spartans play doubleheaders at home on Saturdays, typically, they put 3 hours between games. They smartly put 4 hours between games here.
Yeah, that way, even if you go a little bit long, you're probably not going to get a delayed start.
Yeah, give them at least 30 minutes to get ready.
Fouled away by Valdez. Games usually last about 2 hours to 3 hours here.
And we're 2:15 into it.
That's because we've had a bit of offense.
Yeah,
pitch clock usually expedites things. That's one thing that's...
This one could go notable. To 4.
Just depends how many more runs are scored. But I do think 4 is a pretty good estimate time on when this game will come to a close. There's 6 outs remaining for the Spartans offense. 7 if you count this one. 9 outs for Albany State's offense. If you go to the bottom of the 9th, add 3 more to the Spartans.
Yep.
But the Golden Rams would need 7 before that would happen. Baker ahead in the count, though. 1-2 to Valdez. Tipped foul. And Valdez stays alive. It's definitely where you're thinking if you're Baker. What do you need to do to retire Valdez? He's fouled a few in a row. Plenty of runs have scored, but you still do have a dangerous player at third in Villegas. Down the line, that could be extra bases for Valdez. Skips all the way past Addison to the wall. It is 9-1 Spartans. Throw is not in time. Standing double for Mike Valdez.
J.D. Urso hit one down there, and now Valdez does as well.
More activity from the Albany State bullpen as Baker struggling to escape the inning. He needs just one more out, but he's already had as many hits conceded as Reyes did in his 5 innings on the mound. Well, 4 2/3 on the mound. First pitch now to Kevin Karstetter. Ball up high, 1-0. Carstetter slugged over 400 with Arizona State last season. Has kept that up at Tampa, slugging .513. Inside the zone, 1-1. Of course, Carstetter replaced Anthony Nunez at third base. Nunez, however, has since moved from the infield to a full-time on the mound, and he's actually made some waves in the Mets farm system.
They tweeted out that he got himself out of a jam. He's at Double-A now.
Pop fly in foul territory, and Justice can't find it. Still 2 strikes now to Carstetter. And yeah, he I think only conceded like 1 run down in high A ball in Brooklyn this year. So he gets to call it to Binghamton, and likely now a card on MLB The Show.
Oh.
I know Drew Earhart already has this like Real 99 card that he can use in the Diamond Dynasty mode. EJ Dosco showed me a screenshot of it. And now I think Anthony Nunez might get added to the game in a later roster update as well, which would be cool.
Do we need to get those and kind of hold them like crypto?
I might have to. If Nunez keeps climbing up, he could get a later season call-up. I'd love to get his card for my Diamond Dynasty team, even if it's like 60 overall. I'd use him every game. 1-2 count coming up from Baker. Inside, that one hits Carstetter. He'll take the free base. And that'll bring up Russo with 2 away and 2 aboard.
That one hit him in the shoulder blade or maybe right square in the back.
There are a couple Spartans that you can actually play with in MLB The Show. Hayden Irby, the former Tampa Bay Ray, I believe, is in game still. He's been part of the Double-A farm system for the Rays and now the Tigers after getting traded recently. Also have, of course, Drew Earhart, I believe, with the Red Sox. Imagine Zach Earhart won't be too far behind. He's also on the farm system. The 2 brothers united. I think he recently hit his first professional home run.
Zach?
Zach.
Yep.
And also someone I covered with the Elmira Pioneers, Joe Olsofsky, is part of the Braves farm system in game.
Okay.
So that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, even though he's a 2-way player, they don't have him listed as that. He was able to throw 90 on the mound during the summer I covered with the Elmira Pioneers. Unfortunately, though, they only have him listed as a shortstop.
Okay.
Anyway, trainer checking out Carstetter. He's good to continue. Maybe this late into the game, you might make a defensive change at third base. Just keep him healthy. But they're going to keep him on the base path for now. And Cole Russo stepping to the plate.
This might be where you see Urso go to third, Woodburn come into the game.
Would be a good idea. Maybe, Urso to third, Woodburn to second.
Carstetter to rest.
Give him some ice and hold on to this 8-run lead the Spartans have built up. And Woodburn can also deliver strong enough results on offense to replace him. He's hitting .370, .488, .497. Only concerned if Woodburn's dealing with an injury. I don't think he is. But one of his first times not starting this season. Strike 1 to Russo. Tampa actually has rotated their players quite a bit. Most starts this year has gone to J.D. Urso at 48. He's featured in 49 of the 50 games. Braden Woodburn and Jordan Williams each have 48 appearances as well. Roberts tracking and can't make the catch. That lands behind the Tampa dugout. 2 strikes now to Cole Russo. The Russo family connected to Tampa Spartan sports. Multiple Tampa baseball players and coaches have come up here. Cousin Alexa Russo, part of the softball team that's made it to Super Regionals. That first game's at 6 p.m. tonight at the Namoli Family Stadium. Here comes the 0-2 now to Cole Russo. Outside, make it 1-2. This is going to be pitch 38, I believe, for Baker. Maybe 39. Very long bullpen outing for him. And it comes to a close with a swing and a miss. 3 runs on 5 hits. Tampa jumps to an 8-run lead. There are 9 outs for Albany State to respond if they want to avoid a trip to the elimination bracket. Due up for the Rams, we've got Stevens, Roberts, and Addison. Top of the order for the top of the 7th. Top of the 7th, Eli Thurman enters the game. Final line score for Jake Stipp: 6 innings, 7 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. He's in line for the win after 101 pitches. And now I'm also going to make a call to the bullpen myself. Jack Ike back on the call for the 7th, lucky 7th, 8th, and 9th
Okay.
innings.
Spartans on top 9-1. When I left, it was what, 2-0?
Yeah, 2-0, and then
you did a nice
came
job.
2-1.
Nice job.
And then 9-1.
Excellent. Leading off will be the leadoff hitter, Stevens, to the plate. 1 for 2 today. Started the game on the very first pitch, doubling over Maddox King's head. He was stranded at third. Shows bunt here. First pitch from Thurman. Cloudless day here in Tampa. We've seen a couple fielders have a little difficulty when you lose your depth perception.
Well, if you look behind home plate, you kind of see the shadow of the canopy behind us starting to creep forward, but
That'll be a factor in the 5 o'clock game.
yeah, I don't think it'll affect either team right now.
There's popped up Urso, second base, with the out.
That's especially so because the sunsets are now later as well.
Right.
So that pushes back the time. You see the sun moving to push that up a little bit further back too. I know at earlier stages of the season, you were getting the sunset like 7:30. Now it's like 8:30 to 9.
Yeah, once the time changed. First off, we had the time change. Secondly, it's working its way towards summer, which means longer days as well. I saw somebody tweet the other day, I think it was a basketball player, about how they were at the gym in the off season, said, working hard this summer. I said, summer's more than a month away.
I guess it's always summer if you look at the temperatures here in Florida, though.
Yeah, I
mean,
can't remember if it was a Florida person or not, but I'm like, no.
It's May 15th and 101 degrees.
Yeah.
Real feel, so 90 degrees actually, but feels like 100.
Fouled off.
By the way, Thurman's been a little unlucky out of the bullpen this year. Carries the team highest average allowed, apart from Robert Satine, with a 286 average this season. But he struck out 26 and only surrendered 8 walks over 25 innings. He's definitely the go-to Urso call here because he fires in the zone usually and can eat a couple innings out of the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
He can save everyone else, go 2 or 3 innings here, and try to hold on to the 8-run lead.
Ground ball foul. Scoreboard showing 1-0-2. It's actually 1-2. Top of the 7th, 9-1. Tampa on top. A little bit inside. 2-2.
Yeah, and interesting, you see how Roberts kind of ducked out of the way and then Iroquois framed it at the same time.
Yeah.
I had a feeling the framing wasn't going to work there.
Ball low inside. Full count. Three-two pitch coming up from Thurman. Ground ball just under Karstetter's mitt for a base hit. They had shifted him right a little bit, but even so, the dive still didn't get the ball. We've seen greater shifts when Spartans have faced left-handed batters. Possibly just they don't have quite the book on these guys that they do on their SSC opponents.
I actually have a feeling if they were super aggressive on that shift, would have put Karstetter right in the middle of the base path, right where the ball was headed. So
Yeah, yep.
maybe having the 3 to the right side could have been useful there.
Yeah. They'd have only known. Addison at the plate. Ooh, nice scoop out of the dirt. Fake dirt.
If you're Albany State, you definitely want to get something going here. You last scored in the 4th inning, but the game's gotten a little bit out of reach. I think if you get something big here from Addison, maybe just score a run or two, gives you momentum for the 8th and 9th.
Just missing outside. 3-0 pitch. Missed there. 4-pitch walk. Runners at first and second. And a quick visit from Sam Militello as Eli Thurman gives up a couple base runners after getting an out. Justice will be coming to the plate. Spartans sitting at 9 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Albany State at 1 run, 8 hits, no errors. The Spartans actually had a 2-0 lead after the second inning and didn't get their first hit until the fourth.
By the way, we got a pinch hitter coming up for Albany State. They're bringing on the two-way player, Isaiah Haygood. He's listed as a left-handed pitcher, but he's actually a qualified batter.
Okay.
He's had 38 appearances at the plate this season, or 38 games, 94 appearances at the plate. As a lefty, I think he was sitting because of Stipp on the mound. But now that there's a righty, we might as well bring him in.
So runners at first and second, 1 out. Spartans up by 8, 9-1 here in the 7th. And just missing there. Couldn't have missed by much, but it's ball 1. That looked pretty good, and the umpire agrees, 1-1.
Yeah, important for Thurman just to find the zone there.
Let his fielders do the work. Missed again, though. 2-1.
I think what we want to do here is just kind of work low and inside, or just inside. You got 1 out, 2 base runners, a couple force outs. You want him to send it to Saladino or Urso, or even Carstetter. Pick up a double play ball, potentially.
That one's hit out maybe in the gap. Coming over is Williams. He got there and made the catch. Closed ground very quickly.
Very few outfielders have the range from left to go over and make that play. Good catch by Williams.
So brings Corley to the plate now. 2 outs. Swing and a miss at a low outside pitch. Just missing the corner. 1-1. Looked good. Call strike 2. Took a little off of that. Floated it into the zone.
Magic Corley's going to be swinging here. He went down looking in the first inning. Doesn't want that to happen again.
Fly ball, right center, falls in front of Villegas. They're going to send the runner. No, they're going to hold him up. Runners will be at second and third with 2 outs. Coach Hemmings saw the ball get in pretty quickly.
That was a great throw by Maddox King. Not sure if it would have beat Addison home, but Hemmings not wanting to risk it. They see the offense is doing well, and they'd rather see if Delay can try to convert with a hit here.
Well, you need 8.
Now,
I know you have to start with 1, but you don't want to take 1 away if you have a chance to earn it here.
Of course.
So runners at second and third, 2 outs. And there's a strike to Delay.
And as well for Albany State, if you can't win today, you would just like to at least score a couple here in 7, 8, 9 to build up momentum for your upcoming matchup against Lynn or Mississippi State.
Off speed. We know they can score, as you pointed out, 30 runs in the SIAC tournament last weekend.
And that was just over 2 games. They also had, I think, a 9-run win and the double-digit win in the first 2 games of the tournament play. So they scored at least 50, I think, throughout the weekend.
That one was in the dirt. 1-2.
Yeah, 11, 8, 23, and 14.
Wow. Ball high. 2-2. Low outside. 3-2. Don't want to load him up.
Tampa is in a position where they could concede a grand slam and still be out of be up by 3, but
Yep.
definitely wouldn't want that.
That one's hit out into right field. Villegas drifts near the foul line, makes a catch in foul territory to end the inning. Only about 5 feet foul, and he just ranged over there and waited for it. So they get 2 on, leave him on, and we now head to the bottom of the 7th. Time to get up and stretch. Tampa on top, 9-2 on the Sunshine State Digital Network. Pitching change as we go to the bottom of the 7th for the Golden Rams of Albany State. 30 coming into the game.
I believe that'll be Perry Usher. He's a utility man turned right or left-hand arm. Actually, no, it is 33.
Did I get the number right? No.
Austin Lee.
Okay.
I'm not surprised it was Lee. He was warming up for Albany State throughout the previous inning. And that'll send the junior into the game. Here's his stats. He's got a 6.0 ERA, 18 appearances, 29 strikeouts, and 39 innings. Not the greatest of records, though. 0-4 on the season. He's also had 5 starts. I think it might have been spot starts, potentially.
Those midweek starts or something?
Yeah, maybe just came into a tough spot and just couldn't get out of it. But either way, 7-run deficit, very low leverage for Lee as he tries to keep Tampa off the base path. Their bottom of the order duo.
Spartans with King, the number 9 hitter, then 1-2.
By the way, Williams is due up in the inning. I think it might be a good idea. Got actually the official stolen base numbers from the Div 2 Twitter baseball account.
Okay.
And it was actually the SIAC's Brandon O'Connor who has the D2 record. He did that back in 2022 with 97 steals.
Wow, just 3 years ago.
And Cisco Johnson, who is from St. Leo, had 96 in 1987.
So 97 and 96. That's all. When was the St. Leo one?
It was in 1987.
Okay, before.
So I think
I was born, but
yeah,
still.
I wasn't. About 13 years until I was here. But I was here for the most of all time,
yes.
97. That was probably a pretty entertaining chase to the end.
Yeah.
To finish up with 97 compared to 96. He was with Benedict as well. I don't know if Benedict made the postseason that season either.
Be an interesting one to see how many games he did it in.
Because I'm pretty sure 2022 saw Spring Hill in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because they probably won the SIAC. They faced off against Tampa, then had a loss of a lot to a little. That was actually the first game I think I covered with you, Jack. Definitely an interesting intro because it was 22-0 after the second inning.
Yes. I tell you what, the first games of the tournaments for the Spartans are not nail-biters typically.
You could say that Angelo State's actually made this a relatively close one. Albany State has made this a relatively close one.
I'm going to be rich.
At 9-2. There is still time for the Golden Rams to keep going on offense. I imagine Thurman will be back.
I'm going to dip into your 401k before this is over.
Eventually.
You have to make an installment plan. Popped up, center field, drifting over. Actually, right fielder coming over, and he makes a nice catch. Saavedra finally called the ball and made the catch.
Well, speaking of installments, I think some restaurants these days, at least like DoorDash as well, is working with the app Klarna to allow you to pay for like DoorDash food in installments.
Jeez. That's pretty sad if you have to make installment payments on your meals.
Yeah, that's not a great situation to be in, I'd say.
No.
Don't want to necessarily have to put a down payment on a burrito from Chipotle. Even though those are good.
Yeah.
But, sometimes, the Chipotle prices might force that.
Well, lately, yeah.
All fast food in general does. That's why I really do like Burger King's. They've got a good deal at Burger King recently. They've had a 3 for $7 meal where you can get like a hamburger, fries, and a drink for $7.
Now you're pushing for a sponsorship, aren't you?
I don't know. Anything to help us out a little bit more.
Fouled back. Yeah, someone told me one time I should, the Subway I usually hit, they said, you got to talk to them about sponsoring you because
definitely
you keep them in business. Pepsi, I could keep them in business. They should be paying me a lot.
Yeah, I hype Pepsi up a lot as well, especially Mountain Dew.
Goes upstairs, swings and misses for strike 3.
I always have it on the way on the drive to Tampa in my car, but Baja Blast bottles.
Okay.
Love it. Usually I do Baja Blast Zero, a little bit healthier. I actually like the little milder taste of the Zero, too. Now on to the Saladino at bat to interrupt our Pepsi advertising.
If anyone's listening out there, looking for a plug.
I know as well, it's definitely Pepsi's the not number one choice for a lot of people in soda.
Most are Coke.
Yeah. But it was my time at Tampa drinking only Pepsi products, because that's what we have on campus. Definitely turned me towards Pepsi.
Call strike inside. 1-1 with 2 outs.
Wonder what Albany State has, if they've got Coke or Pepsi on their campus.
We've got their SID here. We can check if she's even aware of anything like that. Ball outside, 2-2. 2-1. Lee fires. Ground ball heading out to second. Corley ends the inning. That was, by the way, it was Haygood stayed in at first base to take that throw. Spartans do not score. We've played 7 full, 9-2. Tampa on top right here on TampaSpartans.tv. Top of the 8th inning we go. Tampa up 9-2. Eli Thurman back on the mound for Tampa. Leading off will be Turner for Albany State, 1 for 2 today. Saavedra 0 for 3, and then Little is 1 for 3. They have 9 hits, just one less than Tampa. Taylor, you and I have observed this a number of times during the season. Tampa oftentimes has more runs than hits.
They're close.
And actually, earlier in the game, they had 2 runs and no hits.
Yeah, since then, 10 hits and 7 more runs.
Yes.
But Tampa's a team that actually had less opportunities with runners on base than Albany State. Albany State 4 for 17 with runners on.
Foul down the line.
Tampa are 6 for 15.
Yeah, they've left a fair amount of base runners.
Yeah, both teams have. Albany State 10, Tampa 8.
I can remember a couple innings. Didn't they? They had bases loaded one time.
Second inning for the Spartans, yeah. They left them loaded. For Albany State, it's been more 1 to 2, but it's been frequent 1 to 2 base runners that have added to their tally.
Looks good. Call strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball. Saladino waits a couple hops. Zips the throw across, and there's 1 up, 1 down.
Just looking over at first base, I mean, you can tell that Russo's defensive first baseman of the year in our conference with the amount of stops that he makes. I mean, that was a good grab and a throw that looked to be a tiny bit away. Still within reach, as obviously he caught it, but had to make a nice little acrobatic leap to get it.
Brings Saavedra to the plate. Fouled off into the mid, I think, but regardless, it's strike 1. High inside, ball 1. So after the game, do you think that both coaches stay around and watch for scouting, or go back somewhere and watch you broadcast the game and make
I definitely
notes?
think Urso will.
Yeah.
I do imagine that Albany State might head back to the hotel, talk things over, maybe get out of the heat per se.
Yeah.
But for you, Tampa, they're on campus still, or in the apartments around campus, so I imagine you'll be in the local area. They might as well watch.
Ball outside. Two-two pitch from Thurmond on the way. Ground ball, slow roller. Saladino scoops, throws in time for the out. Good hustle play by Saladino, because that one just barely got past the mound. 2 outs now here in the 8th. You talked about it being 90 and, what'd you say, 100 for the feels like?
Yep.
And probably maybe another 5 degrees on the field, because this is an artificial turf field, paved underneath it. Ball high. This is Little, 1 for 3 today. Actually, in the 4th inning, had a base hit, drove in a run. Once again, Lynn players starting to congregate. They came in for a while, then went away, and now they're coming back out to sit in the stands.
Yeah, their game starts at 5, and I imagine we still are on time for a 5 p.m. start.
Exactly. That one's popped up. Russo drifting into foul territory at first base, ends the inning. 3 up, 3 down. That'll be the 8th for Albany State. We head to the bottom of the 8th. It is 9-2. Tampa still on top by 7 on the Sunshine State Digital Network. We head to the bottom of the 8th. And it will be Urso, Villegas, Irigoyen. See if the Spartans want to add a couple more. Possibly their last at-bats of the day.
I'll say it wouldn't hurt if they added more.
No.
Tampa's up by 7. By the way, update from Florida Southern's campus. The Argonauts lead Delta State 4-2 in the 6th.
Okay. 4 teams at this regional, 4 teams at the Florida Southern Regional. Winners of the double elimination regional will meet at the highest remaining seed next weekend in a best-of-3 series. Urso, a 2-for-4 day, singled his last time up. Doubled earlier in the game. Has hit the ball every time up. Line to third. Line to left. And he had a double and a single. Scored those times.
Urso going to use a timeout as he thought he was hit by a pitch, but didn't get the call. We'll see. Interesting that was called a strike when Urso says it grazed him.
Yeah. Well, show him how to do it then. There you go. Is he going to turn and try? Yes. Going to challenge the arm. Sliding. He's safe. Wow. Heads up play there by JD. He never broke stride. Took a while because that one was more right exactly between the two fielders. It didn't favor one or the other where they could have got it with a little shorter run. And he had that in his sights all the way.
The throw was in time, but couldn't spin and make the tag.
So now Villegas to the plate with a runner in scoring position. Ball high outside.
Yeah, 3 right-handers due up for the Spartans. That's going to be the tricky batters for Lee to face. Does get one more lefty-on-lefty matchup right here.
Strike call. One and one now. In the dirt, blocked.
It's been a tricky day for Little behind home plate. Multiple double steal attempts, multiple wild pitches.
Couple to the backstop. Caught a runner in between third and home, who eventually scored.
He's been like Vasilevsky, like a hockey goalie today. Although I think the Tampa Bay Lightning are in the playoffs. I'm not sure
they're
if
done.
They're done, yeah.
They're
so
done. Lost
maybe
to the
Vasilevsky
Panthers.
isn't the best comparison. One of the other goalies, maybe like Bobrovsky from the Panthers?
Yeah, he
is
was
the Tampa rival, of course. But
yes, he was solid.
I'll use him because they're in state.
They won last night.
I'd pick a team from Georgia, but unfortunately the Thrashers no longer exist.
No, they don't.
Would love for them to make a comeback someday.
Where did they didn't fold, they just moved, right?
Yeah, they did. They relocated.
Nashville?
Winnipeg, I believe.
Winnipeg. Back to Winnipeg.
Yeah. No, it's Hartford to Charlotte, Atlanta to Winnipeg.
Fouled off.
And I'm pretty sure they did go back, because I think it's like they might have went from Winnipeg somewhere.
Yeah, there was the Winnipeg Jets for many years. They started out in the World Hockey League.
And
absorbed into the NHL.
Now there's hockey back in Winnipeg.
Do you realize it has been since 1993 since a Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup?
Wow.
I mean, that's going back to Wayne Gretzky time.
Now, what's even funnier is how Canada's still been top of the board in international play for hockey.
I know.
They just won the Four Nations Showdown. That was awesome for the All-Star break for hockey that year. They had the international nations kind of team up their players together, and you know how there's always like the amount of complaining you see for like a basketball's All-Star game. You know, the players don't try.
Yeah.
Oh no, the players are trying.
NHL,
like,
yeah,
for NHL.
Yeah, it's a.
They really should do that for some other sports too. Like
if they
baseball would be awesome.
Yeah.
Especially with so many NPB players over in the States now.
Or a Latin.
You could have like a kind of a mini Latin American, Japan, and American Classic kind of to start off. Of course, World Baseball Classic is back soon too.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun. We'll be cheering on Team Italy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're the allies of the Tampa Spartans. Got our good relationship all together. Of course, cheer on Team USA, who now actually have Paul Skeens. He's declared to be with Team USA. Also, Aaron Judge going to be Captain America.
Quick visit to the mound. Lee stays out. And he will face Irigoyen now with runners at first and second.
I'd imagine Hemmings was telling Lee just to kind of say, hey, we're down by 7. Just try to get some outs.
Yep.
If you get in trouble, you got a righty ready to go. Let's see if you can give the rest of the bullpen the day off.
Yeah, throw strikes. See what they can do with it.
Trust the defense, too.
First pitch is a strike.
You've seen Stevens and Roberts make good plays already. Really, that Urso line out to Roberts is pretty cool.
Inside. See some Mississippi College players now showing up. Some of them coming out in full uniform. Choctaws.
Yeah, they have been here, I'll say. I've seen them here.
They've been hanging out over to the left of us.
So have Lynn, who have kind of taken seats right in front of our broadcast booth. There you can see them on the top of our camera here.
Okay.
They're pretty high up in the seats trying to get into the shade.
Well, they want to hear us.
Yeah, that too.
They've heard.
They say, man, we wish those guys were doing the Lynn baseball games.
Oh, double steal. Oh, and he hit it anyway. And knocked down by Stevens. Saves a run. So not a double steal, just a base hit. Loads the bases.
That's the crucial thing. Stevens saves a run there. He didn't get the out, but he did prevent Urso from turning around third and heading home, which he would have done if it rolled to Addison.
Now, with no outs, did he just merely delay the inevitable? Or will it be a big play?
Albany State would need a noble tiger to get out of this jam. That's abbreviated to no outs, bases loaded. I don't know the rest of it, but like something eliminated 3 batters, something, I don't know. They got out of the jam.
Okay.
So that's what the terminology is.
Huh.
I'm Googling it actually quickly.
And someone spent time figuring that out, huh?
Yes. No outs, bases loaded, ending with team incapable of getting easy run. Of course, the abbreviation doesn't include the with and of, but
right. You don't count prepositions when you're coming up with an acronym. Nope, no need to do that. Hard smash foul ball by Valdez. Bases loaded, nobody out, 9-2 in the 8th. Lee to Valdez. This one he straightens out right to Stevens. They get one. The relay for the double play. And that does not end the inning. And Haygood thought it did and rolled it back. Well, Spartans do get a run. Urso scored. Haygood, if he'd have thrown that a little bit further away from the mound, might have let another run come in for Tampa.
In this situation, Tampa will trade the double play for
10-2 now.
But also, Lee will definitely trade a run for a double play to make his life easier.
They do get 2 there. That kind of is not quite the same, but reminiscent of a in the majors where you see a player catch the outfielder catch the ball down the line, hands it to a fan in the stands, and realizes that was only the second out, and there was a man on third. Had to take the ball back from the kid. Carstetter at the plate now for Tampa. Strike 1 count. Swing. Oh, he hits that one on the ground. Fielded by Roberts. And this one officially ends the inning. We'll go to the 9th.
Maybe in a closer game he's safe. That was a very close play at first.
Yeah, Russo, waiting on deck, kind of buckled his knees like, you're kidding. regardless, it's a 10-2 game. We head to the top of the ninth inning. Tampa on top. Thurman to the mound. We'll be back on TampaSpartans.tv. Last chance for Albany State. They're down 10-2. Top of the ninth. Eli Thurman on the mound for Tampa.
By the way, Thurman's in line for the save.
That's true. This is inning 3.
Yeah, if he completes his third inning, he'll have closed the door in the game. And even though Tampa's been up by a lot, if you pitch the final 3 innings of the game out of the bullpen in a winning situation, no matter what, it's a save.
Okay.
And it's 3 or more as well. So if he went like 4 innings, he'd also get the save. All you need is 3.
And the first pitch. It's a called strike to Stevens. 1 for 3 on the day. Ground ball foul. Well, it stands to reason you should get a save for something like this because he came in and it was, I guess it was 9-2 at the time. And he's faced, if he gets through this, he'll have gotten 9 outs. And the assumption is, hey, if all 9 of them would have scored, you'd be trailing.
Exactly.
So he shut him down. There's one hit out into center field. King makes the catch. Well, prepare for a Spartan game tomorrow at 5 against the winner of the upcoming game between Lynn, Mississippi College. If it's Lynn and Tampa, a battle of conference foes. First place team in the conference versus the third place team in the conference. Tampa was 27-3 on the year. Lynn was 19-11 conference play.
For Albany State, it'll be an early day tomorrow, I'd imagine. It would be the 1 p.m. elimination bracket game, but you know, teams can get hot through the elimination bracket. Last week in the softball South Regional, Barry got walked off by Nova Southeastern in the bottom of the ninth, but then they made it all the way to the regional final, took game 1 against the Spartans, but then lost game 2 in game 7.
That's why they do double elimination, because they don't want one team with just a dominating ace to just blow through everybody, and that's it.
For softball, you sometimes still see those aces.
The aces can do multiple games.
A torn UCL, I think, is a myth throughout most of softball. If you see the pitch counts that a lot of the players have, Tampa has a very deep pitching staff, so they don't really need to overexert. But I know some teams will keep their players out for like 150 to 190 pitches in a game. It's fun.
There's one again, hit out toward King. He comes in, makes a running catch. 2 down here in the ninth. And that will signify for the Lynn players to get up and get ready.
Yeah, 1 hour until game time, and if we get the final out right here, I imagine there's no reason to delay it.
You'll be hanging around to do the late game. I got to head home. Be back tomorrow. Ball wide to Addison.
Yeah, especially if you are a Mississippi College or a Lynn fan tuning in, make sure you stick around. We'll take a 45-minute to 50-minute breather before more D2 action.
I'll be paying attention. Just won't be talking. To you, anyway. That might startle somebody driving down Cass.
Yeah, that one definitely landed on the road. I'll say that. That one went probably 420, 430.
But foul.
Yes.
1-1. Ground ball. Carstetter bobbles it. That's good. Don't throw it. No, throw. Okay, I was going to say don't waste it and throw it away.
He was surprisingly close on the throw, though.
It was, yeah. That'll be an E. First E of the game for either team. Puts a runner on with 2 outs. And Haygood back to the plate for his second plate appearance.
He's listed as a pitcher, but hasn't played that too often this season. Just 1 inning.
It has
mound.
almost 100 at-bats, right?
Yeah, he's been definitely the other side of the two-way position more so, but been effective while doing so in those 100-plus at-bats. Only 94, actually.
Okay.
Because he does have a 255 average, 372 slugging, 444 on-base percentage. And guess what? He's also been hit by 10 pitches.
I think that's a badge of honor.
Might have the best hit-by-pitch rate of the entire Albany State offense.
1-1, 2 outs, man on. Spartans up 8. In the dirt, blocked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 10 over 94 is the most hit by pitches per, maybe, I don't know what you'd say per 9 innings.
More than 10%.
Yeah.
Fly ball popped up. King, I think he made every put out this inning. Ball game. Spartans win it. Maddox King waited for that one for a while. Finally came back down to earth. Gravity won that battle. The Spartans win at 10-2. Jake Stipp will pick up the victory for the Spartans. Eli Thurman, a 3-inning save for Tampa. Spartans now 44-7 on the year, and will get ready to play the winner of the game coming up at 5 between Lynn and Mississippi College. Spartans 10 runs on 12 hits, 1 error, 2 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Albany State. So another game coming up at 5. The winner of that game will play Tampa tomorrow at 5. The loser of that game will play Albany State at 1. So stick with us. We've got more baseball to come in about an hour. But until then, this is Jack Ike saying thanks to everybody, along with Taylor Stolworthy and Skippy. Thanks for joining us. Stick with us at 5 or join us again tomorrow when Tampa plays again. You've been watching right here on Tampa Spartans